I've seen What's up, Nits? Little bing bong boy. We'll get started in a couple minutes here. What up, dogs? Bing bong, you're not. No one can see around you, buddy. What up, dude? We're gonna get started in a couple seconds here. Bing bong.
I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said,
Oh, actually, the squirrel's in here.
I must say you're wrong.
See him?
I must disagree.
There he is.
I must say you're wrong.
We call all the squirrels chunks.
Won't you listen to me?
Because they're tubby.
Bing bang, you gotta be nice to that squirrel.
I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground.
He loves bing bong.
Seen the sky just
That's your
begin
friend?
to fall.
Oh, he's got it so nice in there. Look at all that fur he's
Things
got.
pass into
Oh, there's a second one.
and I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must
Dude,
disagree.
this is incredible.
I must say
Here,
you're
let me make
wrong.
the cat that smaller.
Won't you listen to me? Goodbye, Nancies. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nancies. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nancies. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nancies. And we don't fuck with
Look at that little squirrel. Two of them. This is incredible. This is great content. They're just digging on top of each other.
Goodbye, Nancies. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nancies.
What's up, my little knitwitches? Do you wanna talk about some stuff? Or do you wanna watch these squirrels dig around on each other? Ooh, What's up, my little knitwitches? What are y'all doing? Do you wanna talk? Do you wanna talk? Do you wanna hang? Do you wanna goof? Do you wanna cry? Do you wanna cry? I'll do whatever you want. I'm your vessel. What up, dudes? Oh, I fucking hit it, dude. I hit it. Ugh. One of these days, I will have the greatest opening to the show and closing to the show ever. One of these days. But it wasn't today. Oh my god, and then I hit it again. Jesus. What a disaster I am. Hi guys, how are you? How's everyone doing? I hope y'all are doing great. I just saw, I was just going to talk about the Emerald Tablets and stuff again, but let's talk about these frickin' protests. I'm loving what I'm seeing at these colleges, minus the police brutality and the nonsense that they're doing. But what the people on our side are doing is pretty cool. So, real quick, let's just watch Nicole's video. She just sent this to me. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, I gotta unmute it.
I'm reporting live here in Austin, Texas. I did see that press conference this morning.
These are heavy industrial chains.
And I'm sorry to report here in Austin, Texas, we do also have these Hamas bike locks.
Okay, this is what professionals bring to campuses and universities.
These are not just bike locks.
They're Hamas.
So just...
This is not what students bring to school.
You sure about that?
Have you ever tried to keep your bike safe in a city? I'm surprised that the chains were that small.
Sure about
They're like,
that?
these are
But, you know,
professional
yeah, just like
chains. Have you ever... These are like 2 Chainz chains. They went to 2 Chainz guy. Look at how big these and blinging these chains are.
the Columbia students are using those. They're Hamas.
This is a threat to national security. I don't think you guys understand. Palestinian.
I'm reporting
Let's make sure we didn't miss any of Nicole and Dante's in the last couple days.
live here in Austin, Texas.
What's up with the audio? Did they take the audio off?
So I'm almost to the jail right now. There were over 100 protesters arrested. And I'm going to throw up a PSA. Do what you will with this PSA.
Dante and Nicole, how come your audio keeps going into just the left channel? Is it because of that mic that you have? I'm just saying, just be aware. I'm going to let them know, but I feel like it just keeps going into one channel and then I can't hear it.
What's happening?
We've been here since 6 p.m. The minute he got arrested, 8 hours. There's a person in there who had a concussion and they have yet to receive treatment, and it's been 6 hours. There's an epileptic person who just got their medication after 6 hours. There's a pre-diabetic who's yet to be getting food or water. There's also several dehydrated people who are out in the protest all day in the heat who have yet to be given any water. And I think they just took an ambulance.
Guys, is it visible how tight my knitted anus is right now? I just got it back from the laundry and I'm feeling tight. Ugh.
People maybe 30 minutes ago, and they've been there for 6+ hours, and they are like...
Can you guys hear this, or is it really low? Oh, that's almost bad.
Alright, I have to whisper because Dante's...
And they are like physically, like they're in the hospital because they're so injured. Yeah. They're sitting like this. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna pass on this one for right now. Dude, wait, did you guys see that frickin' he came as in a decoy outfit after Nicole and Dante frickin' goofed on him and made him super famous? Dude, Smallwood got super fames and he wore a shirt the next day to hide. I forget what his new name was. It was probably called, it was Big Wood. It was Officer, I have a large wiener. I love to bonk.
We lit up your world like the 4th of July. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list. And the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist. And the
I think Officer Smallwood might be in disguise today at UT Austin, but that's just my opinion. I don't know, you guys take a look. Tell me what you think. Okay, so this is last week. We all know Officer Smallwood, and then today we see Officer, let's see, De La Garza? But...
Dude, that is a Smallwood if I've ever seen it. De La Garza. No, dude, I could have sworn that's Officer Smallwood. It looks like his wood is small. He has the same exact, like, lack of confidence and riz. That's Smallwood. And this is coming from the dude who knows that Timothy McVeigh is Paul Weisopel. So, that's Smallwood.
His bicycle helmet's kind of, like, messed up in the same way.
No
I
chin.
don't know, guys. I don't know. Tough call.
Dude, this is so good. And here's a Smallwood shirt. Just letting everyone know, if you need a Smallwood shirt, hghh.store. Oh, cool. Yeah, this is them using... Oh my god. How many are there? They're just pulling individuals out, just dragging individuals out of this group and attacking them. That's really cool. That's such classic cop shit. Look, they're gonna break his leg. Wow. And I'm sorry, what's going on? What are they doing? Oh, they're sitting in the grass. They're sitting in the grass at their school. Hilarious. Dude, and then, okay, so then this is what I saw a little bit earlier. I saw Hasan.
Pro-Palestine.
Watch this happen live. Watch this shit.
Encampment.
Wait, check out the LATimes headline now. Much more ambiguous. No. Dude, are you serious?
So it went from... So right now it's after violent protests at UCLA. UC president launches investigation into response. You want to know what it was?
Well, consent is manufactured, everybody, right before your eyes. After violent
The pro-Palestine encampment.
Did Hasan not
check
show
out
the
LA
original?
Much more ambiguous.
Wait, there it is. No, this is it. UCLA cancels classes after counter-protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp, which is an accurate headline, surprisingly. It is an accurate, right headline. And then Hasan watched it change because you guys understand what happened, right? We're going to look at the news stories in a second, but it was all the pro-Palestinian students who have a conscience and have a soul. They are protesting by encamping on their, like, university lawn or whatever. And so these group of a-holes, these punks, they all came and started attacking kids individually, pulling them through the fence, breaking their fence, messing all sorts of stuff up. And then as they would get each Palestinian student, pro-Palestinian student, they would beat the ever-living daylights out of them. They would do that. And, dude, the security just stood there like this. Like 100 feet away. But the second that anyone's sitting down saying, free Gaza, free Palestine, they get beat to death by the police. But these guys can come and beat the shit out of the pro-Palestinian protesters. Doesn't matter. They were probably sent by the police. Let's be real. Monsters. So yeah, this is how, like Hasan said, this is how they manufacture consent. This is what it's all about, guys. They say, oh, sticks and stones won't break my bones, but names will never hurt me. But names and words are magic, dude. And when you put stuff like this for decades, people start to believe it. Like, as if the students deserved getting beat for demanding a ceasefire and demanding that we stop supporting Israel. It's bananas, but this is how they do it. You know, this is one piece of the million-piece puzzle. This one headline is one little piece of it, but you know, they follow. It's a guidebook. They do it. They do the same thing everywhere. So this is just for the Los Angeles Times, but the New York Times does the same stuff, down to the headlines that they manufacture for these genociders. Here, let's watch one news story.
There is a large law enforcement presence now on the campus of UCLA. Those simmering tensions over dueling protests.
Yeah. Just launching fireworks at them, beating the shit out of them when they can. And the police just stand over here. I think they're just over here, far enough away to not do anything.
Load pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli supporters going at it with sticks, fists, even fireworks.
We have team coverage this morning. We begin with Gigi Graciette. She's live at UCLA, where police have shown up in force.
That's right. And in the 3 hours or so that we've been here, this is actually the first moment of calm that we've had all morning long here on the UCLA campus. Now, we are near the pro-Palestine encampment. Hard to see the actual protesters, demonstrators, because they put up.
Finally, we found the frickin' the external forces and all the agitators, right? They were at the pro-Palestine rally. They were just trying to beat the shit out of them.
Wooden pallets, 2x4s, wooden boards, metal, anything and everything. There's also a metal barricade. Now, police are still here on.
Yeah, Christelle, I gotta wonder too. Where were all these cops for Uvalde?
The scene. I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita to pan over to the right. We see the California Highway Patrol. We also see campus security. They use private security, and the LAPD is here. But the skirmish line keeping the counter demonstrators, which in this case are the pro-Israel demonstrators, away.
So this I think is before the beatings started.
Has been taken down because
they
have gone.
Maybe this must have been after. Okay, buddy.
Home now, so all is quiet. But let me show you what it looked like at about 10:45 last night. That's when about 150 to 200.
Oh no, sorry. This is after.
200 pro-Israel demonstrators arrived and faced off with the demonstrators inside.
Yeah, they just said, we want to do a fist fight. We want to do a brawl, and the cop said, "Have at it, boys."
The pro-Palestine encampment. They tried to remove some of the barricades.
Some of those that run forces. Amen. Dude, these idiots would literally like play Rage Against the Machine and then start beating the pro-Palestinian protesters for sure. They're so dumb. Such nonsense.
Pallets and all heck broke loose. There were fights. People were using bats. We saw people with some serious head injuries, beaten and bloodied, and they were just going at it. And no police were in sight. There was no one. Now, we understand that campus security, campus police may have arrived, but then they quickly retreated. UCLA then requesting that LAPD come in, but that was after the fact, after the fight.
Look, they just let them just do a brawl. They said, "Boys, go do celebrity deathmatch."
Now, we heard from some students, both Palestinian and Israeli students, telling us they came in peace, but the truth is there was a lot of violence.
Listen, man, students can't walk through.
This dude is apparently a big agitator. He's saying, "Oh, we can't walk through." He's like obviously an agitator. So yeah, they're not letting him in their encampment because look, he's an agitator. He is the agitator.
Personally, don't go to the school. I have family members that do. They're stopping students from going to their classes, making an excuse for something else. What they're doing is, and that's it. We're here to stop them from doing what they're doing.
Now, we're told the violence went on for about 3 hours before police intervened. The LAPD saying they were requested by the UCLA Police Department to assist them, and also the Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol were called in. Now, not all the people here were students. We spoke to a lot of people who are just passionate about their separate causes, and that brought them out, including a woman who says she was watching the violence.
One encampment was attacked for 7 hours, and police stood by and watched. Yeah, stand back and stand by. That's what their orders were. Stand back and stand by and just watch and collect that OT, baby. All y'all signed up for OT, right? No one, everyone's here for OT, right? Come on, boys. That's what it's all about here.
At home and felt she needed to do something. She's 66 years old and spent the morning just trying to calm.
Disgraceful. Dude, look at this is the Empire. These are your stormtroopers. There you are.
Calm people
Dude.
down.
This one. Piggies. Look at these
The morning
oinking
just trying to
pigs.
calm people down. And even with her, things got very tense when some protesters began cussing her out. Now, bringing it back here live, you are looking live at the pro-Palestine encampment. Coming up on Good Day LA, we're going to talk more about UCLA's reaction because we understand that officials were here yesterday, last night, and may have served the protesters with an order to disperse, to get off campus, and to break down the encampment. I'm going to leave you with this live look. And, of course, Mario Ramirez will do see a lot of movement. Well, from our vantage point, we can't get through, and we saw several Jewish UCLA students identifying themselves as being Jewish, trying to get through the encampment.
In Los Angeles at UCLA campus, police are in riot gear. They are on the scene as we speak because there overnight, it appeared Palestinian protesters in the encampment were being attacked by pro-Israeli counter-protesters.
This cop
in riot
just
gear. They are
bashed in the door for this office at Columbia. Look at this.
At UCLA campus, police are in riot gear. They are on the scene.
They'll be like, oh, look at all the damage these protesters did. Bro, there's a lock for that door. You could just get the key.
As we speak, because there overnight, it appeared Palestinian protesters in the encampment were being attacked by pro-Israeli counter-protesters, and violence ensued. We now know that there are police in riot gear on the ground, and someone who was there watching all of this happen are Stephanie Elam. They're live for us at UCLA. Stephanie, can you give me some sense, if you can hear me?
Carpe Demi asks, do you think the people at Columbia that took over the hall were infiltrators because they were all about nonviolence? No, I mean, dude, anyone on our side is not infiltrators. Like, they just say that because they literally, like, dude, what was the first thing that they said? Paid crisis actors. You know why? It's because that's what they have to do. That's their first line of defense. Hey, can you call up Daddy Peter Thiel? Can we hire 200 actors to come to UCLA today? Is Daddy gonna send the money? Like, that's literally the first thing that they do, always. And of course, we know that they do it because they're accusing us of doing it, you know? So, I mean, there's historic precedent for, like, taking over these halls, and are there some people that might not be students there? Maybe, I don't know, but it seems like the majority of it is led by the students. And honestly, even if it wasn't, like, I don't really care because like there is no outside agitators for Palestine, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just think that, like, they're just gonna say anything to just try and discredit us, and that's fine, but it also just shows us exactly what they're doing. We know that they're doing that stuff, you know? Look, dude, I bet half of these people who are beating everyone's ass, I bet half of them were being paid, if not more.
As the police presence grows.
Like, that's a bunch of people who were just told, oh, you can go beat the shit out of them. The cops are in on it. They'll let you. We're paying you to go do it. Go do your job. Go fight them.
Yeah, what we're seeing now, Sarah, is very different than what we were seeing on campus overnight with some of those visuals of seeing fireworks being...
Yeah, you know who's oppressed by who the police protect. And the fact that they just, like, stand back and stand by as 200 of these goons go and start attacking students. Dude, and it's insane that the police, the campus police... Dude, when I went to school at UW-Madison in Wisconsin, the police there, like, their job, and they knew that their job, at least with the few that I worked with, because I worked at, like, the arena area, so I had to, like, work with them because they did, like, the security stuff or whatever. And the couple that I, like, worked with, they were generally decent people, and they Their job was to protect the students. But it doesn't look like it is anymore. It looks like the police job is to allow agitators to agitate the people that the police do not like.
Drone and the counter protesters and protesters going at each other. I want to show you this over here, just because right now we can see this group of people. I believe they were just pushed out of the, they were pushed out from inside the encampment. Law enforcement now making this line here that you can see. And these are law enforcement officers from different agencies locally. CHP, I see some Beverly Hills Police, I see
Chips.
LAPD. So they're all here and they've been making this line. They're holding this line now. And as I can see now, they're also starting to build up this barricade here. What we saw overnight was very different. I can tell you that we did hear some chanting not so long ago within the last hour, but that chanting seems to have stopped now. It does seem that the energy...
Like, dude, this is going to be our future. Our future is going to be barricades and checkpoints, and it's going to start to resemble Gaza. So buckle in. Dude, they're going to do that in New York this summer. Look at them. I mean, they're like building a fortress around NYU, apparently.
Has changed here compared to what it looked like overnight. Overnight, I was out here where we are standing.
Yeah,
if
let's
you're
check
familiar
out
with UCLA's
NYU,
campus,
let's
would be
check out
closer to the
Columbia.
eastern side of the city. This side, it would be the pro-Israeli demonstrators. Once you go beyond that,
Pro-Palestinian protest at Columbia University. Here, let's watch this first. Police move in on Columbia protesters.
You are looking at the scene earlier tonight in New York City as hundreds of police officers moved in on pro-Palestinian protesters at Columbia University. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. This is The National, and we're following this breaking news. There were a lot of officers, a lot of arrests, and a lot of tension as that whole operation played out. Protesters had been dug in on that campus for days, refusing to leave.
Go, get into your doors. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
So it all changed swiftly. The scene was loud and chaotic as police in tactical gear descended at about 9 p.m. local time, telling demonstrators to get out and entering.
Dude, Cat Dad's Freedom Fighters said they literally want us to radicalize so they can switch to live rounds. Yes, 1,000,000%. Everyone's cop dad wants nothing more than to mow down a bunch of students who are using their voice. Nothing would give them more arousal than that. That is exactly what they want. See, that's what they're trying to agitate us until we start fighting them so that they can literally kill us. Kent State, that's what they want. Kent State 2.
Hamilton Hall to a
They want Kent State 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They want every school to be like Kent State.
arrest the protesters who'd taken it over. The university saying news of that occupation left it with no choice but to call in police. So the occupation of Hamilton Hall was just the latest escalation in this protest. Demonstrators had also previously set up an encampment. Now campus will look very different by morning. Chris Reyes was there when police moved in and out, and earlier tonight she took us through what happened.
A very intense night, Adrienne. I mean, right now, this place is almost completely cleared. I want to almost show you this empty street that just half an hour ago was full of police and emergency vehicles, demonstrators who had been put into this barricaded area where Sean and I are standing. They've also cleared the space. What we've been seeing over the last hour are NYPD buses drive by, some of them carrying those demonstrators, presumably arrested demonstrators, because what we're hearing right now is reports that Hamilton Hall, this building right here, which is an academic building on campus that was taken over by pro-Palestinian protesters last night, that's been completely cleared out. Remember that massive NYPD emergency unit vehicle that looked like a
look at
military
this
vehicle
thing.
up against.
Look at this hog mobile. Did you see these tubby little hogs trying to get their slick hog bodies through that big window? That huge window that they could barely get through. They're like, someone's got to bring the oil up here. Come on, put some oil on me. Slick me up. Suey. Come on, slick me up, Leroy. Come on, Leroy Baldwin. Slick Papa up. Push the big piggy man through.
That building, that has also cleared out. We're also...
Look at him waiting for his turn. He's like, I can't go until he's through the window. That's our orders. One at a time, single file. Look at these clowns. We need a big water truck, please. Can we use the water truck? Can we use the water truck to beat the shit out of these students, please?
Encampment inside campus that's been there for almost 2 weeks now, that's been cleared out by police. And we have been standing here for the last 2 hours just across the street from the Columbia University gates. But this is just one of the entrances into the university. This is a massive campus that takes up many, many blocks. And there are many entrances here where there were police officers blocking.
What is that? Milk? What is this jiggling thing? Does it say noob? What is this emoji?
Those areas, including the other big
Water?
gate over on Broadway, which is right across. If you go into the campus and
A jug. Oh.
cross it, that's another main gate. And what we've just been seeing here is some of the activity
Jug
that we
of
know happens all
justice.
around this massive campus.
Oh, is it the jug because they put it on top of the sprinklers? Dude, have you guys seen that? They just flip a 5-gallon jug upside down and put it on top of a sprinkler head, and then it just shoots inside of the jug. Like, we also remember going to protests, even if the weather's nice, bring umbrellas. Bring umbrellas. Don't bring your freaking phone. What are the other things? Because we're going to have to get, like, the Hong Kong protests eventually, because they're going to start using these tactics against us. And we need to stay together as a team, right? Like, we should look into some Taiwan protest or Hong Kong, Hong Kong protests, because they had their shit together. They would do stuff. They would all line up and they would pass things to each other. They would just be in a line and move stuff really quick by just everyone handing things one to the next person. They had like so many cool ways to get things done. And when they needed things, supplies or whatever, they had awesome ways to get things in. And I don't know, they all understood the assignment, right? That whatever the right answer is us sticking together, and the wrong answer is letting them get us individually, right? But so yeah, umbrellas and stuff, water, obviously. Face coverings, like, just to protect yourself at this point, Dude, bring a bike helmet at this point.
Definitive numbers on arrests. We witnessed some of them, but we'll have to wait to hear officially from NYPD about exactly what.
It's so funny, dude. I love, dude, truly, this is the difference, right? This is the difference this time. This is what makes this different. And I think it's a big difference. I think that they think that they're going to be able to do the normal thing and get rid of us, but I don't think this is like make or break, It's like, I don't know. I think a lot of us are not giving this up now. Like, we can't, until it's over. But the difference is the freaking collective consciousness that we're getting from the phones. So that's why I worry about them taking out the ability for us to do that, because they will. But even if they do, the answer is always all of us working together and getting rid of the rats. Police rats. Zionist rats.
Tonight, and we'll wait to hear from Columbia University officials about what the next steps are.
Well, so that's a really good point. There are so many questions to come out of here. We don't know what happened inside Hamilton Hall. There will be accounts that will emerge in the next few days. And we saw the police talking about not having to use tear gas. They used some flashbangs, but we still don't know what happened inside Hamilton Hall. We know that the Columbia University has asked for an NYPD presence up until May 17th, I think, because commencement is coming. You've got 15,000 students who are about to graduate. In terms of the arrests, Chris, is there anything you can tell us about what the expectation is that people will be charged with? Is it anything other than trespassing?
I mean, that's one of the charges mentioned by the NYPD at their briefing at about, I think it was at 6 o'clock this evening before they moved in. They moved into this area. So.
Oh, Miss Killer K said, I believe I heard that from the Columbia Student Radio. They've done the best reporting. I'm gonna have to look into that. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that story too? That I think that the Bruin, the UCLA paper, it looks like maybe the school took it down, like it wasn't being hosted like an hour ago. Oh, fuck, I just closed out one of my windows and I forgot what it was. Is there a button to reopen a tab you just accidentally closed? Careful using milk to rinse your eyes with. It has the bird flu in it. Oh my god. Nothing is safe anymore, guys. We're so cooked and screwed.
Burglary was another charge that they mentioned, but what they did say is that there was going to be definitely charges, particularly regarding the protesters that took over Hamilton Hall, because again, they have surveillance footage, they have photos of what happened inside there overnight. They showed the press pictures of broken windows, they showed photos of furniture essentially blocking the entrances and exits of that building, and so they said that there will be charges, and we also know from university officials that those students who refused to leave the encampment, that they were being handed out.
Miss Killer K shared this. This is the student radio. The spirit of WKCR lies in our storied history, but only as an outlet for alternative music programming, but also as a journalistic institution with a focus on the voices of the students on our campus and the issues that affect them directly. It is in that spirit that WKCR covered the protests at Columbia's campus in 1968 and as recently as the Student Workers Union strike in 2021. Quite simply, WKCR FM has access to a perspective that is often overlooked by most media outlets. Our coverage today is a continuation of the last several months of programming about events on campus in the wake of recent and very public facing tensions in the Columbia community. We hope and urge you to keep your ear to this unique perspective and stay tuned for breaking news and updates. Cool. I was just seeing if they had any videos or anything, but that's great. It's 89.9 FM in New York. Sick. Yeah, music people get it. That's where I got all everything I know and everything I think about the world is from music. Punk music and all sorts of music, but it doesn't seem like people like this listen to the words of music, you know? Words don't mean anything to them. Words you just say things to get what you want, and words mean nothing. That is how they think of it.
They were handing out suspensions for those students and then expulsions.
But we know that words have meanings, and saying you're going to do something has a meaning, and, you know, the way you choose to argue with people, that means a lot. Like, words are big. Words mean a lot, you know?
For students who went inside Hamilton Hall. But again, I think there's going to be a lot of processing happening tonight. It's very difficult to represent this entire story, given how many...
Its authenticity. Protesters here say their movement is not against Jews, but against Israel and its actions in Gaza. With the encampment on its fourth day, a lawyer representing 2 McGill students filed an injunction seeking a 10-day ban on protests by several groups within 100 meters of campus buildings.
People feel threatened. People are threatened. You have to look at the past conduct to understand the current conduct to see the future conduct.
But other lawyers argued...
Yeah, did multiple encampments got violent at the same time last night, right? Yeah, like the Columbia thing and the thing in UCLA, weren't they like the same time? Or, you know, like they were both last night? Like, for sure. I think all the police, but they're definitely coordinated. Yeah.
The injunction request is not about safety, but about stifling criticism of Israel and the right to protest.
It's abusive because basically what it's asking for is to block out a big part of downtown to all protests.
The Prime Minister says demonstrations on Canadian campuses have an impact.
No. Just no pro-Palestinian protests. Those ones are annoying, and we don't want to hear it, okay?
On Jewish students.
Everyone else. Birds aren't real people. The Westboro Baptist Church. You guys are fine. Do whatever you want. It's just these annoying freaking pro-Palestinian whiner pants. I don't want all my taxes to go to killing babies and women unarmed in their homes or in a fucking refugee camp. Yeah, I'm a little baby because I don't like that.
Right now, right across the country, Jewish students do not feel safe.
I do not listen to anyone who is Fidel Castro's son and refuses to admit it, you know? Next.
That's not.
His grandparents.
Justin, you can talk if you accept that your father is Fidel Castro. Once you take on your true father's name and you are Justin Castro, we could talk. But until then, I don't want to hear anything from you.
It's killed. Ontario's police watchdog is now investigating.
Investigators say it ended with at least 6 vehicles crashing. The driver of this transport truck escaped without serious injury. The suspect was the 4th person killed.
We'll be getting
I feel
communications
like they were
reporting.
building something around the frickin' NYU.
A Trojan horse, perhaps. I'm Michael Smerconish in Philadelphia. This week, the University of Southern California, where nearly 100 arrests have been made amidst protests since the university canceled its Muslim valedictorian speaker, announced it was now canceling its main stage commencement ceremony next month. They cited insufficient time to carry out, quote, new...
That's crazy. They canceled... Did they cancel the commencement because the valedictorian was probably going to say pro-Palestinian stuff? Is that why they did it?
safety measures. It's the latest, most high-profile ramification of the surge of pro-Palestinian protests disrupting campuses all across America. Students saying they have a right...
Yeah, it's because that's where people are. And people are done with this. I love how they're just going to be like, it's just, all these students are crazed. It's just students. They're nuts. Don't send your kids to college. They're crazy. They have thinking. They can comprehend things. They're not listening to our lies.
To free speech, Jewish students saying that speech is often anti-Semitic. So what is the current reaction? Are protesters the modern-day Greeks?
Remember, it's always just saying that it's anti-Semitic, but we're never going to show what they say. Not supporting Israel is not anti-Semitism.
Who used a deceptive tactic to enter the campus and defeat the Trojans?
Like, dude, that's... whatever.
Me, I'm sympathetic to the university presidents and administrators who now have to engage in a difficult balancing act. Campuses have become the staging ground for America's growing divide over supporting...
Dude, it's not that difficult. This is what you say. Student safety is a priority here. I want the police to stand back and leave them alone. There can be 2 officers that are watching to keep outside agitators away. Anyone who starts picking a fight, you can put them in the paddy wagon. But your job is to watch the students, or just make sure that they're safe. That's it. End of story. That's it. That's what the dean should have done. All of these schools, they should be like, leave my students alone. They have every right to be here. They pay $20,000+ to come here every year. You know? It's crazy.
Israel, as it...
This, like, never would have flown, like, 20 years ago, dude. Like, this kind of stuff is crazy. Like, at least someone would be there, like, sticking up for the students. But no, now it's literally just... They've replaced everyone with lunatic Zionists.
Retaliates for Hamas's October 7 attacks. Hundreds were arrested at pro-Palestinian protests and encampments at several major U.S.
This is all happening because the few people at the top who make decisions have been installed as Zionist, you know, appealing people. And this is for every every single industry, dude. They've done this to TV, you know, news. They've done this to education, freaking, dude, everything. Anything that has any amount of money in that industry has been replaced with people who are down for this. Lying and blaming this stuff on the students. Like, dude, it's shameful what they're doing. Truly. They're such liars. I don't know how people like this live with themselves. It's pathetic. I know that they're not even getting paid enough to lie like this. There's like no amount that is enough to be a liar on national television to push the State Department's policy. But I know for a fact that what they're getting is not even close to what it would cost for normal people. They're just hooers.
Universities around the country. Friday, Columbia University. announced that it had banned the student leading the university's pro-Palestinian protests. A student spokesperson for Colombia's apartheid divest coalition acknowledged that in a past Instagram video, he had said, quote, "Zionists don't deserve to live." Meanwhile, the movement is also proliferating to campuses around the globe, from Paris to Rome to England to Australia.
Again, and just what? You know how I know everything that he's saying is BS? Is because they never let them speak. We never hear their words.
That the pro-Palestinian protesters on campus disband their Gaza Solidarity Encampment immediately because of alleged legal and university policy violations, adding that anti-Semitic graffiti on the statue in front of College Hall will be investigated as a hate crime. This morning, 6 a.m., I went to the Penn campus. I wanted to see for myself. It's my alma mater for law school. Nobody seemed awake as I walked around the encampment. Had they been, I wanted to ask somebody, how many of you are students? I'm most sympathetic to the students, especially the seniors, who right now should be enjoying the last month.
Dude, it's mostly students.
Of class.
Even if it wasn't, who cares? They're protesting. They can protest. Who cares?
But are instead fearful, forced to study remotely, and now denied the pomp and circumstance that they've earned. And keep this in mind. Any member of the college class of 2024 was likely a high school graduate in the spring of 2020. Back then, there were no traditional commencement exercises on account of COVID. So first an act of God, and now an act of cowardice is robbing them of graduation. At USC, the administration first capitulated to complaints about the controversial views of its valedictorian and then compounded its error by canceling other main stage commencement speakers, including director John Chu and tennis legend Billie Jean King, before canceling the main commencement altogether. I'm also suspect as to whether this is completely organic. This week on CNN, I saw an interview with a self-described 66-year-old...
Yeah, pro-genocide influencers. They want an army of Michael Rappaports. Of course they graduate to street soldiers.
...gentleman who was drawn to the campus.
This is a good day to go to jail, as Martin Luther King said. I can't believe they're going to start locking up senior...
Yeah, 25 rules of disinformation zine would be an awesome idea.
Citizens, I'm 66, and somebody had to come and support these young people. They're not alone. That's what I'm here.
Dude, I love that guy.
How many more of the protesters are not active students? Consider this. In its spring 2024 survey of voters aged 18 to 29, the Harvard...
What, so they're like, look, he's not a student. He just said, I want to come support these students. No one else is supporting them. So you found the one old guy that has his freaking brain screwed on right? They're shooting it so tight, too. They're like, do not show that there are thousands of kids around him.
Harvard Kennedy School Institute of Politics found that the Israel-Hamas conflict ranked way down on the list of issues of primary concern to young voters. The top 5 most important to this age group: inflation, healthcare, housing, gun violence, and jobs. Israel-Palestine ranked 15 out of 16. By the way, it beat out just student debt. I don't underestimate the significance of the situation in Gaza, especially where famine is a real risk. Netanyahu seems intent on moving into Rafah.
Risk? It's a real risk? Dude, people are eating like fucking leather. What are you talking about? Goofy.
And NBC is now reporting that an investigation into 7 deadly airstrikes has found that Palestinians were killed in areas of southern Gaza that the Israeli military had explicitly designated as safe zones. Still, it's curious that there was no similar campus activism on abortion rights, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or threats to...
Yep. No one actually cares about this. It couldn't also have to do with all of those fucking things you're talking about, you idiot, right? It couldn't be the totality of everything that's also pissing everyone off, right? It's madness.
Democracy. Even if the current situation is the result of astroturfing, those protesting have a right to be heard, but not a right to interrupt and overtake the ability of their classmates to complete their term and don their cap and gown.
Dude, this is so pitiful. They have no right to sing and chant in the common area of their school that they pay $20,000 to go to.
My next guest teaches at one of the campuses affected by the tumult at New York University, where protests, including intimidating chants and several anti-Semitic incidents, NYU called in the NYPD for help. Scott Galloway joins me now. He's professor of marketing at NYU's Stern School of Business, host of the Professor G and Pivot podcasts, and author.
This frickin' Fed, dude. Oh my God. Dude, this guy just... Isn't this the dude who just wrote the Bankman-Fried, like, fluff piece? Didn't he get duped by Sam Bankman-Fried? This dummy? Wow. Dude, he wrote like I think a book, dude, where he's just glucking Sam Bankman-Fried. And he didn't realize that the whole thing was a grift. He's like, yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried, he's an altruist. He's a good guy. He's just a little silly. He's kind of like a little kid. he's so smart. He plays video games while you talk to him. No, he's annoying and stupid. And he's playing video games because he can't have a social interaction. That dude should not be in charge of anything. Anyway, bozo. I hope this isn't the guy that I'm thinking of.
Of multiple best-selling books, his newest, already a bestseller.
Oh, it's gotta be, right?
It's terrific. I've read it.
No, is this Scott Galloway? Who am I thinking of?
The Algebra of Wealth, a simple formula for financial security. Scott, I'll ask you about the book in a moment, but first, should USC have canceled its main graduation?
Good to be with you, Michael. Yeah, logistically, I think they have to ensure the safety, and it felt like things were getting kind of spinning out of control. So I empathize with university leadership that's trying to thread the needle between free speech while at the same time maintaining a safe environment for its students. I would argue, though, that the balance is a bit skewed. I think universities have slowly but surely decided that they're more from centers of excellence.
Am I thinking of this guy, or is it Michael Pollan that I'm thinking of?
To institutions that create a political orthodoxy or are charged with social engineering. And what you have here, in my opinion, is a bit of a double standard, Michael. I think the vast majority of the protests are peaceful protests. You know, they're 19. I cut a wide berth for young people and their rights to say things. But, you know, the analogy I use, Michael, is if I
love that. I love anything. I like students being able to say whatever they want, but I don't like what they're saying. So they have to stop. You can say anything you want, but I just don't like that specific thing or that specific thing or that specific thing. And we all need to be considerate of what I like. I hate these people.
Went down to the plaza at NYU in a white hood and started saying, Dylan Roof, the gentleman, the young man who killed 7 people at a black church in Charleston. And I started saying, globalize Dylan, and held up a sign that said, you know, lynch the blacks, for example, or some sort of hate speech like that. I don't think there'd be a lot of nuance or context needed. I think I would never work in academia again. And if I started inciting the type of behavior where there was a harassment of any special interest group, I believe that if it got out...
Wait, is he saying that all pro-Palestinian protesters are like Dylan Roof? Bro. I mean, come on. Everything y'all say is nuts, but that is so out of line. That's crazy. Is that what he's saying?
Out of control the way it has in some of these campuses. I think they call in the National Guard. And I think what a lot of Jews are concerned with is that it seems like free speech is never freer when it's hate speech directed at Jews. So I would argue the campus leadership has aired...
Dude, saying Israel is a piece of shit is not anti-Semitism. Get over it. Crybabies. Defend your country that all these Americans love so much. Defend your country. Come on. Come on. Tell us why you think it's okay to execute babies and women. Come on. Just say it. Just say it's because you're racist and you don't like Arab people. Please. Just be honest for once.
On the side of, quite frankly, being a little too lenient to individuals who, for whatever reason, correctly or incorrectly, it devolves into emotion that makes people feel unsafe. The bottom line is, Michael,
no sense of irony.
I just don't understand that a young Jewish girl leaving the library to go get a manicure is somehow their mortal enemy. I think young people, quite frankly,
brother,
pick the wrong enemy here, and it's just got.
Dude, life is so hard for being a pro-Israeli supporter, dude. Can't get to her freaking manicure. Oh, this isn't right. We have to let freaking Nicole. No, sorry, I didn't mean to put this on Nicole's name. Sarah. Oh, sorry, Sarah who KnitWitch. I don't want to put this on her either. Tammy. We gotta let Tammy get to her manicure, please, guys.
A little bit out of control.
So you heard, or perhaps you watched the film footage that we showed, the map of the country where the growth of these protests has now exploded across the U.S. and...
Yeah, it's because we're getting paid better, duh. Dude, there's so much money in leftist activism, and I wish everyone would understand this. You just gotta reach up and grab it, you know? Dude, Soros is paying us so much. It's awesome.
Perhaps worldwide.
The feds actually work with us too. The whole thing where they like delete your accounts and stuff if you say too much truth, that's all an act, you know? I want them to do that kind of stuff.
What accounts for it, and do you believe it to be completely organic?
It's always the first thing. And again, that's how we know they do that all the time. All these people care about this thing? This could not be organic. They have to be doing what we're doing, which is paying people to care about whatever we want them to care about.
Well, there's some strange things. I went to the NYU protest. 40% of the tents were the same tents at Columbia. So there's something very coordinated going wrong.
Oh, yeah, dude. Cam Girl Ren, we're getting paid fatty stacks from George Soros. I just want everyone to be clear. I would not do this if it weren't for the fat check that I get every week from George Soros. It is upwards of $20,000 a week, dude. I wasn't supportive of OOB just because I wanted to keep all of my money. I'm getting paid stacks from Soros. How did you guys not get in on this? It was the best deal. That's too bad. I think Soros closed it too, so you can't even join anymore. We've got too many leftist agitator actors that have been hired. He doesn't have any more spots.
Going on. I think it's a variety of few things. One, I think that a lot of students incorrectly, in my view, conflate what's going on in Gaza with the civil rights movement. Two, we have not done a great job, or we in colleges have created this oppressor and oppressed orthodoxy. And the easiest way to identify an oppressor.
Hey, brother, do you think that if one country says, hey, people who all are from this place, they have to walk on this specific shitty side of the road, and you're not allowed to come to the nice parts? Do you think that do you think that that's nothing?
In the minds of many of these young people.
That feels bad. Dude, I know. Cat Dad, we know you're loaded. Roof Buckets told us you got bank. Bro, and you know what? I'm so loaded that all this afternoon, me and my wife had to take all of the shit down off the roof, and now I've got my big old lettuce tower down here in the courtyard. I'm sure they're going to tell me I got to get rid of it in a couple weeks. Oh, it's taking up too much space. No one wants to look at that. That kind of shit, you know? Yeah. But I get paid such fat stacks from Mr. Soros that it's all just water off my back. You know, I don't really care. It's all BS anyway. I'm just saying all these lies just to make you guys like me.
People is how white and how rich you are. And ground zero, correctly or incorrectly, for whiteness and richness is Israel and Jews. Also,
dude, this guy, he just is talking like, he just feels like so smug. These people are not good people. Doing this shit for money. Unforgivable. Money's not real.
Just to be fair, Israel has not draped itself in glory. Netanyahu has struck some deals with the far right, including very bigoted members of the Knesset over settlements. We've seen Israel go from kind of the David to the Goliath. So the atmospherics are not good here. And then finally, I think there's something bigger going on, Michael. I think that
they are the empire.
You have young people who are enraged by the lack of opportunity that they're presenting.
Went from David, Israel, David? What are you talking about? They've had the United States of America in their back pocket since day one, bro. Dude, these people are embarrassing.
I think that protesting is kind of the new, if you will, sex. Young people aren't having as much sex. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but for the species to survive, you have to have young people connecting in terms of romantic opportunity.
Bro, if you don't think some of these freaking young, spun up, little freaking protesters aren't slanging, aren't freaking going to Pound Town in these encampments, you're high. You're nuts. You're a crazy person. These kids be smashing, bro. I think y'all are just doing a self-report.
Opportunities, and also for the species to survive, you get a dope hit from gathering together and fighting off a perceived enemy. And I think
I don't know about you guys, but I would prefer to have sex with people who care about others and think about your pleasure, you know, stuff like that. I feel like a lot of these Israeli supporters, I don't know if they're, what's it called? courteous lovers, reciprocating lovers, you know? They just give me the vibe. So anyway, this is literally his whole thing is these kids need to start foxing. They got to. If these little virgins would just have sex, they wouldn't be bitching about this genocide. Get over it, you non-sex having virgins.
Erring on the latter, if you will. I think they're on the hunt for what I call a fake mortal enemy. And the reality is, if you
No, it's a very real enemy.
type into Google anti-Semitism and pick any century in the last 3,000 years, you're going to find multiple instances where the world decides the Jews are the mortal enemy. And then finally,
no one's talking about Jews. We're talking about Israel and the things that Israel, the country, is doing. It's bad stuff.
I know this sounds paranoid.
It's just like, it's completely, this is all day, 24/7, just a stream of lies. Stream of lies with zero pushback, zero, like, clarification, like, zero truth. Like, they don't even have to say things that are real. They can just say whatever, and it doesn't matter, because they beam it out into the idiot boxes in everyone's home, and then everyone believes it. Ad break. Frick yeah. Guys, hghh.store. Oh, I gotta get some... Oh no, hold on. I gotta get my QVC music loaded up. Here we go, here we go. Come on. What the fuck? Hey guys, if anyone's looking for an Officer Smallwood shirt, right here, hghh.store. You want a Peter Thiel shirt? hghh.store. I'm working on my own merch too. We're gonna have that available soon. I'm making Neil Armstrong stuff, Peter Thiel stuff. Freaking everything, guys. If you want some merch, hit up the Peter Thiel store, hghh.store. All proceeds go directly to Peter Thiel, okay?
But it doesn't mean I'm wrong. The frame through which they view the world is oftentimes or predominantly TikTok. And on TikTok, Michael, there are 52 pro-Hamas videos for every one pro-Israel video. So the frame through which they see the world.
How dare... Dude, pro-Hamas? Listen to the shit that this guy gets away with saying. And there are 50 videos to every paid Israeli video, but that's because we are all very pissed off about this. If you guys had some bank and you could afford us like George does, you know, I feel like this is just, you're just mad that you need to get your money up. You need to collect more of our taxes. Come on, dog. But anyway, so embarrassing, bro. Wait. Anti-Israeli protesters. I love that. Wait, why is this all from 6 days ago? I want 6 minutes ago. Here we go. Here are the hogs.
People that were not trying to be arrested, people that are just trying to, you know, we're students, this is our university. Why are we not allowed to be here? Why are we not allowed to express ourselves? This is about life, and this is about preserving the life and defending Palestinian lives that are under attack right now. It's a really, really outrageous crackdown by the university to allow the police to arrest students on our own campus.
Madness.
Anti-Semitism is never okay, and that's absolutely not what we stand for, and that's why there are so many Jewish comrades that are here with us today. I know for a fact that we have fellow Jewish students here at NYU that are out here today, that are organizing, that are putting themselves on the line.
This is WKCR. Hogs.
Yo, what's up, guys? We just hit 100 followers on the WQCR TikTok. We're gonna go surprise everyone in the studio right now.
in here.
Okay. What is iPet Goat 2? I'll save that for later. Here's a TikTok link for the Jug of Justice. Come on. Dude, that's so funny. Dude, I bet it made such a satisfying thunk too when it was bonking on him. So funny. They named it Hins Hall. That's named after the kid that was in the ambulance, right? I love.
Nah, man, you're good. Just take off. I'm not good. I got a few questions. You're a public servant.
Is Earth a prison, and what did Jesus have to say about it?
Anyway.
If you're new.
Experts fear catastrophic college declines thanks to botched FAFSA rollout. Does that mean because no one can pay for it? Yeah, dude. The last thing standing between Ashnel Bijou and her college dreams is the FAFSA form, a financial aid application that's supposed to help students go to college, but is blocking her instead. She's tried to submit it over and over every time it fails to go through. Huh. I feel overwhelmed and stressed out, said Bijou. She came close to tears the last time she tried the form. I feel like I'm being held back. Normally a time of celebration for high school seniors, this spring has marred by the federal government's botched rollout of the new FAFSA application. By May 1st, students usually know where they're headed to college in the fall. This year, most still haven't received financial aid offers. 3 months before the start of fall classes, many don't know where they're going to. Hey, I have a super simple way that we can solve this problem, guys. Make college free. Then you don't have to worry about where anyone's getting money for it, you know? I feel like all of the money that we give them from our paychecks every week, where the hell is that going? That doesn't cover college? What the frick are we sending money in for? Because I'm pretty sure I don't see a return on any of my tax investment that I put into this country. We'll talk about it in terms that they'll understand, right? Because I feel like we all give, what, a third of our income? We should be receiving a little, what is it, ROI? Little return on investment, correct? Or am I nuts? Like, that is the deal, right? That's what these capitalists always expect from us. We got to give them an ROI. So where's ours? Cowards. Chicken cowards. We're asking them to make probably one of the biggest financial decisions and decisions that will have the biggest implications on their lives going forward without all the information. Not only that, I'd say without even the ability to comprehend how much it will change the course of their lives. Dude, how long have I been out of college? 13, 14 years? The amount that I've owed has changed zero. Or no, it's gone up. You know? So, and that's everyone. That's the whole country. It's such BS. Dude, and it made, you know, college was so hard, and it is hard already without having to do it and like worry about money all the time. But, you know, there's half of the population of students has support and the other half doesn't. And the half that has no support and has to worry about working on top of going to college, you know, they get a very different college experience than the people who are financially well off. You know? And it has a huge effect. Having a burden of like $60,000 over your head after you get out of school. And dude, even if you go to a state school right now, let's see how much the University of Wisconsin is. I think it was like $7K or $9K when I was there. I bet it's like 14 or something. Yeah, $11,000. Plus, you know, it's like double that if you stay in the dorms. So each year you're looking at $25,000. And then you go for 4 years. That's $100,000. But a series of blunders by the education department made it harder. Wait, let me make bigger. Made it harder than ever, delaying college decisions by months and raising fears that hundreds of thousands of students will forgo college entirely. And I wonder if this week is helping them. Because it seems like all the schools that you're paying this exorbitant amount to go to, it looks like they're just going to feed you to the wolves. So I wouldn't pay these schools anything because it doesn't seem like they have anyone's best interests in mind at all. The number of students who successfully submitted the FAFSA is down 29% from this time last year. And it's even worse at schools with more low-income students, according to the National College Attainment Network. The group CEO, Kim Cook, warned members of Congress this month about a potentially catastrophic drop in college enrollments that would make the decreases of the pandemic seem mild. You guys are asking for this. You're begging for this. For Bijou of Norwich, Connecticut, the FAFSA problems threaten to undermine the promise of higher education. To her, college is a chance to seize the opportunities that weren't available to her mother, who immigrated from Haiti to the U.S. as an adult. Bijou hopes to become a therapist and set a positive example for her 3 younger brothers. If FAFSA goes through, she should be eligible for enough financial aid to help with the $13,000 a year tuition at Southern Cal State. If not, she might go to a local community college, but even that would require loans if she can't complete the FAFSA. That's why it hurts, because it's like you work so hard to go somewhere and do something and make something of yourself. Bijou said, I thought I would start at a 4-year college and then work hard continuously like I've been doing basically my whole life, but that's not the case. Yeah, and then guess what? Then you're going to have to also work on top of school. And then your studies, which are the reason that you're there, are going to take a back seat to you surviving. So at that point, it's like, what's the frickin' point? I might as well just stay home and not get educated, you know? The updated FAFSA form has one section filled out by students and another by their parents. But when Bijou finishes her part, nothing shows up on her mom's online account. She keeps trying, but nothing seems to change. Yeah, it's just jank. Jank website. Can't get a hold of anyone. Because there's probably no one there. Because it's probably like an open AI at this point. It's just open AI making, you know, all the decisions, making the websites, doing the what's it when they call? Being the like call center, all that stuff. There's no one there to answer. All that they need to do is just get money somehow. Please put this crippling debt on children for me. It drains all the momentum from families working to send their children to college, especially those navigating the process for the first time, said Ann Zinn, counselor at Norwich Free Academy, where Bijou goes to school. I can only say so many times, just be patient, before they throw their hands up and they're like, why am I doing this? Or I'm just going to go get a job. And that's what they want, right, dudes? They think that just rich people deserve education. That's it. The people who are in charge, they say only rich people can be educated. All you others need to go work, worker bees. That's how the Congress people talk about it. Remember, who was it with that lady in Michigan who was like, oh yeah, we need to get it so that the 14-year-olds can work late at night because most of them ain't going to college anyway because they can't afford it. Okay. I feel like that's the problem, right? They're like, no. Shut up. I don't blame her, too. It's so disheartening. I'm sure she can't get anyone on the phone. Our country has been, like, completely abandoned at this point. We still have to pay. We have to send it all of our money, but we will get nothing in return. Enrollment decreases like those being projected now could put many small colleges out of business or necessitate deep cuts in staff. Ooh. What about cutting the top executives? What if you just got rid of all of them and you just had the teachers? What if we did that? Because you know these deans get paid like millions of dollars, right? The football coaches, you know how much they get paid? I think Brett Bielema got paid like $5 million per year. Highest paid state employee of every state is the football coach in whatever college. If they don't get checks from the federal government to basically get them through next year, they will not survive. Correct. The FAFSA has been the linchpin for student financial aid for decades. It's used to determine eligibility. And that's the worst part. It's not even like a grant. This is shit you gotta fucking pay back. FAFSA has long been maligned for being tedious, difficult, and intimidating to families without college experience. Congress passed legislation in 2020 meant to simplify the form. The Education Department has ordered to reduce the number of questions from more than 100 to about 40 and change the formula to expand aid to more students. Problems started piling up as soon as the new form went online in December. This is so... whatever. But yeah, dude, this is how it's gonna go. UT
Breaking
Dallas?
news as we come to you at 4, law enforcement is starting to
Dude, look at these brown shirts.
mobilize at an encampment at UT Dallas.
Yeah, students have established a camp there today. They're vowing to...
Look, same. Same exact thing. Interesting.
to stay until the school meets their demands over the war in Israel and Palestine. I want to get to our Jason Allen. He's live for us in Richardson now.
And let's go back to Jason, because just until just a few moments ago, it had seemed the university was going to allow these demonstrators to take over part of campus, but as we can see now, that's changing. Jason, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, Karen. Yeah, this has changed drastically in the last 30 seconds, and we're going to move here because we want to stay on the edge of what's happening. So just in the last minute or so, we saw, oh, really in the last 10 minutes, we saw law enforcement start to move in here. We have not seen any of this presence throughout the day since this encampment was started early this morning before sunrise. But in the last 10 minutes, we saw, you can see it's sheriff.
Guys, I'm not growing lettuce on the roof, like lettuce. I am growing lettuce, real lettuce, in the courtyard. But if I grow lettuce, it will not be, you don't do that in public, like Bunny said. But I'm saying this for others, right? I'm saying this out loud for other people.
From Dallas County, there are...
You just need a little freaking lamp. Like, I literally get those dollar store, like, clip lights. Just get a clip light and get a daylight bulb. You don't even need the stupid grow light bulb. Just get, like, 100-watt daylight bulb. And blast it. Dude, keep the light on 24/7. You never have to turn it off. It'll grow fast.
State troopers here. I saw Richard.
Yeah, and then do the fire. I'll have to show you, actually. I just brought all the buckets down, but I'll do a couple videos sometime this week when I get a chance to go through and, like, weed everything and get it all prepped to get new plants. But basically what I do is there's a 5-gallon bucket, and then you put, like, plastic jugs and bottles and stuff. Like, I just keep, like, milk jugs and whatever, fill up the bottom of it, and then, like, keep the cap on, and you just poke some holes in it. But basically that's just there to take up space, so you don't have to fill the whole thing with, dirt, so it's not 50 pounds. So you fill up, like, the first half with plastic buckets and stuff, and then put dirt on the top half. And then you fill it up, and the water all stays in the bottom as a reservoir. You can poke a hole in the, like lowish here, and then all the roots will go down and drink the water that you have, and you won't have to water it, like, nearly as often, because you'll have this much water at the bottom of your bucket. It's pretty cool, actually.
Police here.
And I've found, from my experience anyway, that you don't, like, I think people automatically think that you need to have, like, circulation of the water and, like, aerate it or something in order to grow stuff in water. But you can just, I mean, it's kind of work where I can grow stuff in water. It doesn't need to be, like, moved around or anything. Plants are pretty cool. They'll grow in pretty much anything. But yeah, so you can do water, or you can just do, like, a bucket with dirt at the top, or put it in the ground, whatever.
A number of law enforcement agencies. I want to go over here. You see there's an arrest happening right here. Just make sure you don't go too far there, Robert. In the last few minutes, they all just moved up suddenly. The organizers of the student protest just before this read a letter to people who were here at the camp saying,
"Who is this bum? Sheriff. Uh-huh. Who is this guy? Just civilian brown shirt."
And they had received a letter from administration telling them that while they were allowed to peacefully protest, that they would not be allowed to have an encampment or any sort of structures, and that any attempt to stay in a camp or have those structures up could put them at risk of being arrested for trespassing and face other charges.
Christopher Columbus literally wrote love letters to the Queen talking about stealing the resources from America to pay for the conquest of Jerusalem. Dude, of course. Dude, that's so funny. What, he was, like, sending her foxy letters? Like, hitting on her?
From the school. There's a fight happening right here as one of the demonstrators is fighting back against the law enforcement who have gone in to make an arrest. This is something that organizers said and told people they did not want to see. They said, stay calm, don't have any
Dude, it's literally always criticize the protesters, no matter what. Dude, there's literally one person and 400 cops, and they're like, this is exactly what we knew would happen. they would do this. They would struggle a little bit while someone's trying to force their arms behind their back. Cowards. And just like the Israelis, they want perfect victims. They want to lock you up and put you in prison, get you kicked out of school, make you lose your job, but they do not want to hear you complain about it. Stop fidgeting. Oh, he's resisting. He's resisting. Shoot him. Shoot him in the head.
Vandalism, but they also made it clear that they were not going to go anywhere if something like this happened. They were going to hold this space down, they said, until their demands were met by the university. You can see this man right here, the camera's on him. He's struggling with law enforcement, yelling, fighting back. This is probably the third or fourth arrest that I've seen so
Dude, fuck yeah, brother.
far. Law enforcement.
Did you say fart? Stupid newsman. Fart.
Cameras on him. He's struggling with law enforcement, yelling, fighting back. This is probably the third or fourth arrest that I've seen so far. Law enforcement came in quickly, as I said, very little warning other than that letter that was read from one of the
Yeah, because they're violence agitators.
student organizers to the group that had gathered.
They want to scare and hurt people. Look at him. This guy is just waiting. He's like, dude, I want to punch this fucking non-white person in the face so bad. Ugh. Threaten me. Oh, make me scared. Please make me scared so I can then get horny and beat you up. Please scare me. Scare me.
Gathered here, and that was just about 10 minutes ago. They did tell people who they thought might be at risk, go ahead and get out of the camp. Move back if you feel you're vulnerable or you don't want to be here. But a lot of people were chanting just moments ago that they did not intend to go anywhere at all. They were going to stay right here and be arrested if they needed to be. So now what you see is law enforcement very quickly picking up some of these tents, these overhangs. There's awnings. I'm right with you. I'm right behind you, Robert.
Dude, what is the red tape thing?
And we're trying to stay back here as well and stay on the perimeter.
Wait, did you see the couple banging in the park under the blanket in New York City? Dude, I'm telling you, they say that these are non-sex havers. These are sex havers. They're like, come on, come have real fun sex with conservatives. Pass. Absolutely never.
So that we can see this.
Come on, have some conservative sex with us Mormons under a blanket, under a sheet. Or no, we have to have a sheet separating us or whatever. Oh, come on, don't you want to have conservative sex with these cool magic underwear? It sounds great, guys. It sounds really appealing. But I'm going to pass on your weird vanilla sex that whatever the frick you guys do with kids or whatever, not into it, you know? I like adult women who consent. I'm not into what these guys are into. So I think we're going to pass on y'all's sex.
And cover.
We're going to keep having our weirdo leftist sex, okay? In the parks with normal people, fun people.
This, but not put our.
Dude, what? I would love to run away from this guy. He's like, stop, you're under arrest. And he just like hop back every time he comes at you. Oh, what are you going to do, big man?
Ourselves in the way of anything. So I want you to see that.
Do not put your hands on anyone, hog.
Sheriff and state troopers have now put together a couple of different lines. There's this line that we're on the side of. There's also an interior line that is slowly and methodically moving up. This is where the main encampment has been.
Imagine being like, I need my bulletproof vest. Like, these people are such cowards. They're scared. Look at how terrified they are.
For most of the day, Ken and Karen, that's where it originally started. And then it had started to grow and move out as the day had gone on and more people had come in here to be part of this. We watched it grow. but it's now being quickly torn down. This was particle board. This was pallets. There are tires that are chained to trees, so not all of this is going to be easily taken down. And they have, you're okay. Sorry, we're just stumbling over some people. There, as you can see, are a ton of supplies. It's water, it's food, and they've been bringing stuff here throughout the day. Ken and Karen, I'll stop for a second to let you interject or ask a question if you need to.
I just wanted to ask you a question, Jason, because, you know, I know you've been out there all day, and you said it had...
The Hogs bringing that plate or that big table of food. They're like, come on, get your slop, piggies. Come on, boys, free meal. We know you never pass up a free meal.
Has been growing. You can see the bottles of water. It's like they were in it for the long haul. And you mentioned that people had been coming.
They were in it for the long haul. Yeah. That people need water.
What I'm wondering is, because you've had a chance to talk to these folks.
Dude, I hate these smug rats.
How many of these people are students? I know you spoke with at least one
Look
student.
at this
but,
look at him.
We have
Hog. Dude, what is this hog's name? We're going to figure it out.
What I'm wondering is, because you've had a chance to talk to these folks, how many of these people are students? I know.
Look at this. Can't see it.
You spoke with at least one student.
Dude,
but,
what a piece of...
For the long haul. And you mentioned that people...
Watch them.
People had been coming. What I'm wondering is, because you've had a chance to talk to these folks, how many of these people are students?
He's like, oh, there's a brown person I can brutalize.
I know you spoke with at least one student, but wow.
That is a platform like 3 feet in the air.
You mentioned that people had been coming. What I'm wondering is, because you've had a chance to talk to these folks, how many of these people are students? I know you spoke with at least one student, but...
He's just violent. Look at him. He's brown. Dude, let's go, boys. We got it. Hold up. Here we go. Brown dog? What the hell does that say? Brownie or? Brownrigg. Brownrigg. Is that what that says? Brownrigg? Dude, Brownrigg, you're toast. You are a scumbag, and we are going to make you famous like Officer Smallwood. Hey, look, it's Officer Brownwood. Hey, look, it's Officer I hate brown people, and I like to do violence to them. There he is. Look, he's got cop skull and everything.
But, wow,
I'm surprised even the news person was like, whoa. Usually, I'm surprised they weren't like, yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, brother. Ooh. Brownrigg. Yeah, we got to get the sheriff. Ooh, this feels like a shirt, too. Nicole's going to love this one. Law enforcement mobilizing. I like brown dog better. Scumbag.
But wow, we have
say that.
Yeah, we have seen, though, in a number of cases at campuses across the country where a lot of these people who are being arrested aren't related to the school in any way. They're not actually students there.
And you guys see, this is all the directive coming from on high is push its outside agitators, push that they're all being anti-Semitic. But okay, so show me, you have yet to show us anyone who isn't a student in this one. One person, the older guy that was at LA? I think he was at LA. He's like, I just saw that none of these kids had anyone, and I just wanted to come support them. And they're like, see, look at all these outside agitators. See, he said him and all of his old-ass friends wanted to come here and agitate. And I don't know, when I watch a kid get pushed off of a 3-foot wall by a hog on the ground, who literally scoped him out and saw that he could do violence to a brown person and walked 20 feet over there and pushed him off of a wall. Dude, when I see that, I don't go, yeah, see, look at all these outside agitators. I go, what the fuck are the police doing? Do they think that they can just get violent and hurt everyone? Yes, they do.
Can you tell?
Bum, 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 ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. This is, dude, they are the frickin' stormtroopers.
Yeah, and you were cutting out a little bit. I can tell you, yeah, based on what I've seen, the majority, and especially the organizers, have been students. That's what I could tell. Now, I will say that at the very beginning this morning, early on, organizers were saying, community members, come on out. Other groups, come on out. You don't have to be just a student to be part of this.
Yeah, you don't.
So as the day has gone on,
exactly,
we have watched more people come who are clearly not.
Dude, everyone can go to a protest. The students started it. Everyone can show their support. It is a protest, you dumbasses.
Students. Hey, Robert, can you turn around and catch Noor right there on the sidewalk? Sorry, I was just trying to get him to get a picture of one of the organizers who is a student, a sophomore, I think she said, who is just being arrested by police here and taken away. So to get back to your question, Karen, yeah, there are a lot of students, but it's been very clear throughout the...
So yeah, you all see the majority white police arresting all the majority people of color protesters, right? So we see what this is really about, correct?
Today that more and more people have joined this who are not affiliated with the university.
Who? Come on. You have such great damning evidence for it. Where? Come on, show them. Do they live in the area? Do they care about Palestine? Are they being paid? Can you find anyone except for that one old guy? Like, I know that there are people who aren't associated with the university, but they are not the ones who started it, you know? People can, you can join a protest if you agree with it. Doesn't mean you have to be a student. They're trying to start a global thing, you know? They're hoping that if they start shit, that the rest of us will join in. And the next couple days are going to be telling. Either we're going to allow the police to arrest all the black and brown people who are protesting and spank all the white people. Either that, or everyone's going to join in and we're going to get rowdy with our words. We're going to get sloppy messy with our verbiage. You know, they're trying to spark something. They're trying to spark a movement. And boy, I hope they do. This is our one shot. If we do not do what needs to be done, if we do not stop them this time, I think this is the last shot. Like, look, man, look at how good they're getting. I mean, they have control over everything, you know? So they can say over and over, the outside protesters, the outside agitators, outside agitators, outside agitators, outside agitators, outside agitators, outside agitators. And then on the 100th time, you believe it. Because no one would say this many lies. But we don't understand that they would. These people lie to us all day about little things, big things, everything. All they do is lie. That's all they know how to do is lie. I mean, look at them right now. They see a kid get pushed off a wall. And they say it's his fault. He's an outside agitator. A cop pushed a man off of a wall. He saw him from 20 feet away and got a little spark in his eye and said, "Oh, I'm gonna go push this brown kid off this wall. Fuck this brown kid." That's exactly what happened. So everyone wants to pretend like, oh, it doesn't bother. It's not my thing. It doesn't affect me. Oh, I don't know anything about it. Well, you should, because this is coming to your house. Pretty soon the police are going to be banging on your door. No, probably Israelis are going to be banging on your door saying, this is my house now. This is my house. Vamonos. That's what they get to do in Palestine. Why wouldn't they get to do it here? Like, this summer is our shot. There's never been more commotion and noise than now. And all we have to do is just add on to it, right? They're doing half the work for us, you know? We just need one crack. We need one, you know, we need to affect one news anchor to make them lose it on live TV and say, this is all BS. We need to affect one CEO and make him see that their capitalism is a death cult. And, you know, like, we're looking for one crack to get our toe in the door, and then it will be over. But we can't, like, let up. I mean, dude, look at the way they're panicking. Look at the response to a bunch of kids sitting in the grass. Look at what they did to us. Look at what they're doing to Manaya. If you say anything about community or unity or, you know, anything, they come after you. And look at them. It's because they're scared. It's because they know it's over. It is over. It's just a matter of when, right? And boys, it better be this summer. It better be tomorrow. It better be today. Yesterday is when it should have happened.
Ken here. I know you've been covering these protests for some time now, over at UT Austin as well. And from what...
But the way that this is going to look is people refusing orders. The way that the end will happen is refusing orders. Or they'll kill us all. Those are the two options.
We're seeing these images that are coming back to us live.
I love that too, putting red over their eyes, literally seeing red. It's such a perfect metaphor for these hogs, or whatever it is. Metaphor? No, not a metaphor. I don't know. It's literally to get them to be violent. Even they gotta cover their eyes. See red. You gotta, look at all this blood. You gotta get angry, hog man. Come on, these are your enemies. These protesters are your enemies. Enemy mode initiated. Dumb hogs. These helicopters going crazy.
Right now, it does look like a situation that's kind of deteriorating quickly. I'm wondering, Jason, based on your experience covering these types of events or protests, at what point do you get a sense that, you know, pepper balls or maybe even tear gas might...
Look at them. They're instigating the hogs. They're like, come on. Come on, come on, come on. When are you going to put the live rounds in the kids? I mean, the pepper balls. And the tasers. Ooh, can you do the skunk juice on them? Don't get out the hose, because then they'll wash it off. Get the skunk juice. Come on, skunk them. Skunk them up.
Be introduced in...
Oh, can you get the noise? Oh, get the ear piercing thing that breaks your eardrums. Can you do that to them? Oh, could you just use a shotgun on them? Most of them aren't white. It's okay. Oh, what about what are the other million weapons that the police use against us? Oh, can you use your baton on them and accidentally pull out your gun and then shoot them and be like, hey, I thought it was in my left holster, but it was in my right. Silly. I didn't know which was the baton and which was my gun.
Some of the measures here to try and control the crowd. Are we to that point yet?
Can we be to that point yet? Please. I'm sick of hearing these people yelling.
We're not there yet. I have not seen law enforcement even attempt to use anything like that to this point, Ken. Typically, when you see that is when...
And so what's the point? Are they just... They're just stealing all their resources? Is that what this is? They're just saying, these are police water now? What are they doing? They're literally just there to agitate. Do you see this? They come and put themselves in the middle and wait for something to happen. This is what they want. And then they can take all their Uzis out.
People who are here as part of the group that law enforcement is trying to move out. And that may be at one of these campus events or any one of the demonstrations or protests we've seen over the past few years. It's when the line won't move, right? It is when people won't submit to being arrested. When you see some of these people here now...
Submit to being arrested. Listen to this bootlicker. Just submit. Submit. Dude, all these people that have like... helped this get to this point. Oh, dude, they're going to be judged significantly after this. And we are going to be doing the judging. These people will never know happiness again.
Most of them are being arrested without, they're not resisting at all. We have seen a few people throw some punches, fight back, and struggle. If there were a number of people who started to do that.
Make sure, remember, if you get arrested, you smile. Truly, that infuriates them. Way more than hitting. Smile. Smile at them. Be nice. Be like, thank you, Mr. Hog. Thanks for my photo op. Oh, I'm gonna sue the fuck out of you. This ends with legal action. I'm going to make you as famous as Mr. Smallwood.
That, and it's hard for me to see into the main camp right now. If there are a number of people that did that, that may...
Dude, is this Brownrigg right here? He's like, I got my bolt cutters. I'm going to cut a kid's finger off today.
Maybe when you start to see some of those other tools used by law enforcement.
They seem like two pump chumps to me. Amen. That's what I was going for, but I didn't want to quite say it, but now I will. Thank you.
Sure. And now I just want to point out that line that's on the edge of the camp is kind of moving into the center now. So
and for my next trick, I will pull anti-Semitism out of this hat. Dane Wolf.
Anybody who is on the edges has been moved out. Anyone in the center who's holding fast, that's where law enforcement's going, and they are quickly overturning tents, tearing them down, ripping down the Palestinian flags that are flying, and they're making a move to get rid of this as quickly as they can.
And Jason, reiterate for us, if you would, again, the different law enforcement agencies that are out there. You mentioned state troopers are out there, and who else?
National Guard.
Oh, I can see Dallas County Sheriff. Yeah, I see. Let's see. There's
just a bunch of random undercovers. The CIA's here. The FBI. Paul Wysopal. Timothy McVeigh. He's here.
There's U.S. Marshals. I see Collin County Sheriff represented here. UT Dallas obviously is here. Police from the University of Texas system. It's hard for me to see.
Dude, you know what would be so funny? How do we... Okay, the next time that everyone's, like, in a line with the police and all doing intimidation, but not doing anything, I need... Okay, the people in the second row behind the front row people gotta get down on your hands and knees, and we need to tie all of the cops' shoes together. Dude, that would be... You guys know what a king rat is? A king rat of freaking pigs? A king pig? Dude, look at this. Oh my god. Look, this is exactly what it would be. But it would be all cops. Dude, that's too funny. It's a bunch of rats that are stuck together in a clump. Their tails all get tied together. But that's exactly what would happen to the hogs. That would be so funny, dude, to watch them all topple over. Oh, man.
But there are...
There, do you get the sense that they're thinning out, or they just simply moved, those that didn't get arrested? Did they just kind of shift over?
Yeah, they really did. Most of them just shifted over, right? They shifted outside the boundaries of the encampment. And I think that that's where the line has been drawn here, right? And we have seen this at UT Austin a couple of times now, Ken, where students have been allowed to protest. I've been down there when the protests were peaceful. But once people made an attempt to try to build structures, camp out, claim a space as theirs and not something for the public, that's when we saw law enforcement move in. That was a big question through most of the day here, is because we saw the camp and law enforcement wasn't moving, and so we were asking what the intent was, and well, we definitely got our answer here this afternoon.
Yep, devoured sunflower. We made college inaccessible and expensive to keep people of color and women from getting an education. Amen. As well as just, what was that quote? I forget. I think it was one of Reagan's people or whatever, but saying like, have a hog king. Yes, dude, it is a hog king. But like having like an educated populace is like a recipe for disaster or something. Like, they literally want us dumb because then we don't question anything. But sorry, everyone's a little thirsty for education, you know? Y'all should have provided it. If y'all would have provided them education, they wouldn't seek it elsewhere. And then they wouldn't have found out the truth from other people.
To talk about what you were saying about the structures and the barricades that are built. Yes, it is mostly very thin plywood, press board, although as I'm looking on the other side of it now, a lot of it has been built up and propped up with 2x4s to be fairly sturdy, and it had been getting bigger throughout the day, and there were people that were prohibited from coming in. Like we never were able to go inside. Any student that came to the entrance and asked to go in were told that they could, as long as they abided by a long series of rules, behavioral rules that the organizers had set up. So that's why we saw it continue to build up throughout the day and get bigger until now, when law enforcement has destroyed it pretty quick.
Yeah, we could hear them just now chanting "shame on you" to the officers, but it's not the protest.
And dude, oh, I was talking to Dante and Nicole about this. Dude, I think that the next thing that, if you're ever in a standoff with cops, right? I think that what Dante and Nicole, by making fun of Smallwood's name and goofing on him, I think that truly killed a little piece of him. And I think that we need to weaponize that. I think that the only thing that can hurt these people is getting clowned on. Like, instead of yelling at them, I think what we should be doing is like embarrassing them. Dude, I mean, Officer Smallwood, the next day after getting made fun of by Dante and Nicole, literally tried to pretend to be a different person. Like, Smallwood, everyone making fun of his name got to him. He actively tried to make sure that people couldn't make fun of his name. So, I don't know. I think that that's the kind of shit that hurts them for real. Is like making fun of them. Because, dude, think about it. They're so childish. They're such children that they literally would be like, nuh-uh. Officer Smallwood changed his name. But anyway, I think using those kind of tactics should also be put into the mix.
right, that they've got a problem with. It's the encampment that's not allowed. They can protest all day, all night if they want. That's not the issue, correct?
100%, Karen. You've got it. And, you know, I told you earlier that I talked with some Jewish students who were here on campus.
It's just about right of way, you know? It's just about ease of crossing the campus. You know, they can yell and do whatever they want as long as it has nothing to do with being pro-Palestinian and they open up the walkway, okay?
And when I asked them about how they felt about the encampment being allowed to be built up, escalating from a sit-in last week to a
He changed his name to Tiny Pecker. Hell yeah, and we got more emotes. Yeah, there should be a tinfoil hat one, but for some reason I think Twitch makes you, all the other ones got approved, but the tinfoil hat didn't get approved. So let me see if it's still waiting. Viewer rewards, emotes. Yeah, ugh, there's a Paul one and a tinfoil hat that still are not approved, but they're really cute. Yeah, dude, look at the team. Look at the gang. That is so funny. Dude, this was the greatest idea ever. I was like, who else do we need? Oh, Timothy, Paul, Austin. Oh, I'm gonna get Peter Thiel's dad, and I'm gonna get Peter Thiel, Werner, and, you know, the aunt, Irma, or whatever, and get them to, I've got like 3 animated GIFs that I can do, so I'll get one that's Paul and Timothy flipping back and forth. Maybe make them dance a little bit so you guys can use them for the for the song portion. And then, yeah, I want to make one that's Klaus or Werner Thiel and the female version of Werner Thiel. Oh, man.
Protest to an actual encampment. One of the points they made...
They're pretty cool, right? The John Hankey one I love, too. Can we get a pig? Yeah, we could make a pig one.
Was...
Put a pig in a knitted anus? No, they would never be cool like that.
We have no issue at all with people having their say on what's happening. We may disagree with what they're saying, but...
Yeah, pigs squealing.
They should be allowed to say it. They said once it starts to cross that line of time, place, and manner, and infringe on the space of others, that's where we have questions and where we're feeling uncomfortable. And at the time this morning, you know, those students said, we feel this is very, very close to crossing that line. Clearly, UT Dallas and their police department and other law enforcement agencies.
See what I mean, dudes? Like, dude, what should happen is, like, get the funniest couple motherfuckers right up there in the front row, right? And just roast. Like, everyone should be quiet and let the couple people just roast the ever-living shit out of these cops. Dude, their embarrassment would literally make them quit their job and piss their pants and cry and run away. Because they like this. They like standing and getting yelled at. It makes them feel like, yeah, I am right. Yeah, they hate me because they ain't me. And they're just a bunch of dum-dums. But, bro, you start clowning on them, that's where they really lose it. When they feel like they lose control. They're losing control of the narrative and other people are being heard. Dude, that would be so funny. Just do a roast.
Felt it was not only close, but that it absolutely...
Dude, pull up their fucking Facebooks. Oh. Make fun of them. Just do what they would do. Say, oh, is this your family?
Cross that line. We can see that now with them taking this down.
And you know, Jason, when you see the presence of the state troopers there, obviously, you know, we're thinking back to what took place at UT Austin just a couple of days ago. I mean, a very, very similar scene, obviously, when you see the brown uniforms there. Then you start thinking about some of the comments that the governor has made about some of these encampments in public universities throughout the state. And so, I don't know, Jason, but you start to wonder, you know, what kind of precedents this is now setting for other state universities that are having similar situations and what could potentially happen on those campuses. You mentioned, Jason, that they got little bit of warning, and then they moved in. I'm wondering now if this is sort of the playbook now that might play out at other campuses. We know UNT is also.
What do you mean, of course, idiot?
Planning a similar type of demonstration.
Right, Ken, and you know what we saw originally last week.
This isn't just a Texas thing, you bozo. It is a generational thing. Our generation does not fuck with y'all, okay? We do not fuck with Zionism. Y'all messed up because you got all these other dummies to, like, believe you and listen to you because their lives weren't pure misery. They were able to skate about life and buy a house and have kids and do all sorts of shit that our generation is not so lucky. So, you know what? Yeah, we noticed this stuff. And guess what, brother? We're never gonna let it go, ever. We have nothing else to do. We literally have nothing else to do. We have nowhere to go. We don't have homes. None of us has any money. There's no third space for us. Y'all took Twitter from us. You basically took TikTok away from us. What the hell would you like us to do? Huh? Like, truly, we see exactly what they want, right? They built all their cop cities and their jails. They're looking to fill their jails up with us that cause any ruckus, and then they get their free labor again. I mean, not again. They've never not had their free labor. But that is how they're planning to take care of this. They're going to Kent State us or put us all in prison and get free workers. Unless we do something. Oh, it's an ad break. Wait. Hold on. Shit. Oh, hey guys, is anyone looking for a Hot Girls Have Hobbies shirt or something? If you are, you could go to hghh.store. Look, Officer Smallwood. Look, we were just talking about our boy. There he is. Look. And you can see, here, let's look at the design. Oh, wait, you can't see it up close? Oh, here we go. Look, there's Officer Smallwood. It says, reporting for Widow Biddy duty since 2024. And he's got clown nose, all sorts of fun stuff. But anyway, hghh.store. Whoever said to do like a QVC infomercial for our merch every time we have to run to an ad. Genius. Is this one? No.
Down in Austin, right, with you
guys have send me links if there's any other stories you guys want to talk about.
That developed over a period of hours, and there was a lot of criticism for how quickly it happened. The next takedown.
Wait, Majora, you said, did I see Smallwood in this? Is he here?
This one, very clearly.
Or you're talking about the last one from Nicole when she was goofing on or showing that Smallwood was changed his name.
There was a plan here. Give these students who are here warning, and that warning was about 10 to 15 minutes. That gives you enough time to make a decision. Are you going to stay here and risk arrest, or are you going to get out? And that's it. You get that short 10 or 15-minute warning, and you make your choice. So those who made that choice to stay where they were, they've already been taken away. I have not seen, as in the last couple minutes as we've been standing here, any additional arrests. I don't know if you were able to see that from up above. I'm on the east side of the encampment right now. This is kind of the back side of the encampment. It's where we have been for most of the day. The front side, over on the west, that's the direction that all of the law enforcement agencies came in from. So they definitely came in through the opening in the walls that organizers had set up here. But again, I'm not seeing any additional arrests happening because everybody who was in the interior of the camp, it appears, has been moved out. There was no discussion or encouragement to get out. It was just if they were there, law enforcement very quickly put them under arrest. Everybody else who has moved to the outside edges, they are being allowed to stand their ground, have their say. You can hear the chants going back and forth. There's somebody hitting a drum, there's somebody with a PA system, and law enforcement is not making any moves, at least right now, for them to stop doing that. And we have not, at least I have not heard any orders or commands from law enforcement to disperse. That's another thing we may see at some point, and that we did at UT Austin in the 2 protests there, is that there was a very loud command for people to disperse. To and from class throughout the day. They might join for a little bit, then go to class. You know, I heard somebody who came by to see what was going on, and his friend said, well, you're just supposed to leave class and stay here. And he said, well, I can't do that. I have finals. I have a presentation. But, you know, he intended to come back. At the same time, they have been inviting the community. So there have been other local community leaders who have stopped by throughout the day and made speeches, led prayers. So it's not just students. And if you watch some of the communication that happened.
Dude, this is awesome. This is really cool. Like, seeing everyone come together like this. Like, this is the start, guys. This is how we're going to build our mutual aid and everything. Get to know all the people that you're with. You know, go give your time if you're able to. Go support the kids at the college that you're near. Cuz an important part of this is that there's a lot of people who are very, very gung-ho, and they are the base of it, but they also need support because it gets exhausting, right? Like, it's hard being an activist full-time, you know? So, any help, like, I think that's what everyone needs to understand, is that, like, you know, you go and give, like, if you're not able to go and, like, occupy the place, just go for a little bit. Go for an hour. Go for 2 hours, you know, whatever. Give whatever you're able to. Literally any little amount helps. Do you have a bunch of freaking cases of water? Like, go donate stuff to them. Go down and ask if they need anything, you know? Do you have skills with building? Do you want to help them build a pagoda or something, or like whatever, anything they need, help them fix their fence, bring your drills. Like, there's tons of stuff that you can do, even if it's like, a short amount of time. All I'm saying is, just don't think, I always tell people this when they're asking, like, how to get involved and stuff. Don't think that anything is too small. Like, literally bringing down some food, or making sure that, like, like the few people that you can help, like, get a pizza or something, just do anything. Anything is better than nothing. Support them. If you hear people, like, bashing them, be like, hey, I fuck with the students. I don't fuck with some other country. I'm an American. I'm not Israeli. I'm an American, oddly, in America. But do anything, They're gonna need help, because look, the media is literally saying, hey, when are we gonna get to the bear mace stage? Hey, can you shoot rubber bullets at them yet? What about live rounds? Can you Kent State these kids? They're super annoying.
Happens on social media throughout the day. There were a lot of people who said, wait till this afternoon. I'll be there when I get off of work. We'll join you. We'll add to the numbers. So I think there's that question there of,
yeah, like Ash said, I can only go short amount of time because of my baby. That is great. Go and just give whatever you're able. A lot of times, dude, people just need to see fresh faces and be like, hell yeah. Just walk through and give them a round of high fives. Like, literally anything.
Also, that we can ask at a later time, did law enforcement maybe time this out or plan this before numbers got bigger in the afternoon hours, or before the encampment really got settled in to stay the night? Because Ken and Karen, we talked to them about that today. The organizers, they fully intended to stay the night here. We asked, do you plan to escalate it further from there? Will you do what we saw at Columbia or UCLA, moving into buildings? And they said, well, those communities made those decisions based on what they felt they needed to do to get their voice out. Right now, we just intend on holding down this space. If it goes beyond that, that would be a community decision. So they didn't rule it out, but they didn't have plans to take it beyond this space. But it's clear that the school is not going to allow them to hold this space either.
Jason, you mentioned finals, and I was wondering about that because, it is finals for a lot of kids. And I know at some campuses across the country, administrations are getting to where they've had enough, and they're saying, okay, we're going to suspend those of you who are escalating this or maybe taking this in a different direction. And some kids aren't going to get a chance. I did the same thing you did, Jason. Some of these students aren't going to get a chance to graduate as a result of this. Have you heard anything from UTD's administration as to what they might plan to do?
No, there has not been any communication directly to us.
Dude, imagine the people who literally say Palestine doesn't exist. Imagine, like, it's so... The bias is so overwhelming sometimes. It's, like, insane, you know? Like, they can pummel these kids, and the police will stand by. But the second they have water and a tent, look, there's 300 cops there to beat the shit out of them. And just do a show of force and assert their dominance.
From the school administration or from the police department here today. You know, to your point though, that has been one of the main concerns of these schools.
Yeah.
Is interrupt.
This is the final. He's like, I gotta get to my finals, brother. You're failing your final right now.
What happens with the end of the school year. This is the last week of classes here. Finals are next week. I was talking to you earlier about a copy of an email that I had been shown from a Jewish student on campus who's about to graduate, and told campus administration this morning, I don't feel comfortable coming onto campus right now in the last week. So those are those time and place and manner.
Why? Because you're a pussy?
Decisions that university administrators are considering right now and figure out how to handle these protests as they pop up. It's a difficult balance of the free speech that they want to allow students to have, but also protecting the education and the classes that are going on for the students who are not involved in these demonstrations.
You know, at some point, Jason, we'll a little later on in this newscast, you know, we'll get to talking about the weather, but it's worth bringing up that, you know, they're clearing out the encampment also at a time when, you know, we're gearing up for some severe weather overnight. Not sure how much of that the folks down there on the ground there were aware of that, Jason, but, you know, who knows? Maybe this was what needed to happen also to prevent any other kind of sort of severity taking place.
For their own safety.
For their own safety, because, you know, what we're talking about, again, is some severe storms later on tonight.
Right.
Yeah, I was actually considering that this afternoon. I was trying to go back and look through some of the other encampments, and I don't think any of them have faced any serious threats from weather. With all these tents that are set up, you know, it only takes a quick gust of Texas wind to pull some of those awnings up in the air and send them flying. I think there's a chance it would have been a very, very difficult night to be camping out on campus, depending on what these storms do. But that's not going to be an issue now. I think what will be interesting to see in the next hour or so as we're out here, Ken, as you talk about safety, is how quickly maybe they try to move protesters back or move them out of here. Again, I want to point out that now that law enforcement has sort of taken control of this camp, which is in the central mall area of the UTD campus here, now that they've taken control of that space and gotten that back, they're not making any efforts to push anybody else out. They're not moving toward any of the demonstrators at all. They are simply holding their ground and making sure that nobody moves back into that spot.
Yeah. Jason, can you give us an approximation of some of the numbers this morning, say, when you were there earlier, compared to maybe what is there now or was before the officers moved in?
From the chopper shot, that all those tents and tables, they just kind of all threw it into a pile in the middle of that area that you were talking about.
And get off now to keep people back.
From going back in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, there was definitely an attempt, Ken and Karen, to just destroy the encampment, right? There's no effort to move it out. They just really wanted to take it down. And since they did that, and it all came down quickly, so it was just grab the
And look, and just ruin their stuff. That was the point of it. Yeah. Feels very Israeli. Like, I don't know. Oh, wait. They train in Israel, right? Our police? I feel like I heard that. Is that true? That would make sense. That would make sense that they act this way. Oh, yeah. If they're, like, trained in Israel, they would probably learn all of the shitty tactics that Israeli offensive forces use, you know? And that's like a military, right? And our police train with an occupying army? What? And then they come home and they use that? That's so weird that we support that. I don't know. That's just me, though.
Rip them apart, flip them over, tear them down, pull the flags down.
Well, I'm sure that they'll go over there and just stab all the waters, too.
And then, so we can can see there's Richardson police who are right here. There's Collin County Sheriff.
Oh man, you missed it. Sorry. I said that and they just started chucking these waters into just throwing them. Watch.
I'll make the point that yes, it was peaceful throughout the day.
He's like,
We're live right now, so
fuck these waters.
So it was a peaceful protest throughout the day. There were chants, there were prayers, and in fact the organizers did tell people to be careful of their behavior. They said, don't vandalize anything, don't do anything that could be used against us, and they would repeat that very regularly for the new people that showed up.
Yeah.
However,
don't vandalize, but we're going to vandalize your stuff. Look. Well, here, watch us cut all of your tents. Pathetic.
as they read that letter from the school, you heard that really the defining decision for...
Dude, find me a hog that's in shape. Find me one. Find me one. Is this one? Is this one that's in shape? Find me one hog that can run a 1/4 mile. I dare you. Try it.
Law enforcement come in was the encampment, and the school and law enforcement, Ken and Karen, were not going to let that stand.
Dude. These hogs. Who else do we need to check on? NYU? Is there anything going on there? Seven minutes ago? Oh. It's so weird. It feels like it's just like all the cops just keep harassing the black and brown people. What's up with that? Why is it like always... This dude's about to get suplexed.
Get back! Get back!
Hogs. Stupid hogs. Look at him. He has no idea what he's doing. Look at him.
Get back! Get back!
Nice technique, bro. If this kid didn't know that you would literally shoot him with a shotgun point blank in the head if he moved, you would never, ever take this kid down. This dude. Look at this guy sweating so hard. He's like, I can't wait to tell my wife, Beth, that I got to take down a black and brown boy. I felt nice and big and strong today, Beth. I was beating on an unarmed kid who, if he ever did anything back to me, we would just shoot him right in the head. But, Beth, let me tell you, I felt mighty powerful beating up on this unarmed boy today. Ooh-wee. Ooh, they had chips. They had Chips Ahoy. They had Doritos. They had water. And I cut it all up. I crumbled them chips. I felt mighty tough today, Beth. Oh, yeah. Normal behavior. Normal. Yep, keep putting your knee in. Oh, is that a woman's back? That's awesome. Oh, yep. Yep, just keep marching around with your AK-47. Very cool. Normal. This is on a college campus. This raid that's going on. This bandit raid that's happening right now. Look at this shit. Pathetic.
We're with CNN. We're with CNN. We're with CNN.
He's about to raise his fucking gun at him.
And breaking tonight, a new protest at Emory University, plus a warning that police...
Dude, these hogs in America need such a reckoning. It is insane. This is every fucking city in America. Look at these hogs. Look, this guy is about to raise up his assault weapon at a CNN crew.
We're with CNN. We're with CNN. We're with CNN. We're with CNN.
Fuck you. Fuck you, hog. Shut your mouth, you dirty hog. How about that? You little fascist with your little fashy haircut. Little Nazi. Look at him. Look at this Nazi. What's this Nazi's name? Look at, he's like 5'6" too. 5'4". Look at this short king. Dude, this is the shortest cop on the force. Look at this boy. Look at this little boy. Look at this dude. With his little yellow gun. He's got a yellow pea shooter. Oh, look at his Wego gun. I made this cool little gun out of Wegos. Look, Mom. Dude, look at this short man. Dude, this is the shortest cop in history. I understand his anger now. I get it. We gotta find this boy's name.
We're with CNN.
Dude, I'm feeling this man is 5'3" max. Dude, that gun looks huge compared to him. Is this the smallest cop in history? Dude, this is so funny. We're with CNN. Move!
We're with CNN. Go that way. We're with CNN.
He raises his gun. Dude, this is bananas. Am I crazy or are they crazy?
CNN. We're with CNN.
Move! Move! Dude, he's like, why aren't they listening to me? I gave a direct order. I am a short king. They are not listening to me.
We're with CNN.
Move that way. Or what? That's what you say. Or what? Howard? With your little yellow gun.
Tonight, a new protest at Emory University, plus a warning that police could soon move in.
Atlanta News First crews are on the scene as protesters have moved in and out of a campus building. Atlanta News First Patrick Quinn is live tonight on the campus of Emory.
Patrick, have things escalated since you were last reporting?
I hope so, Sam. I really hope so, Mary. I hope the police have come in and murdered all of these kids. I'm just getting a report. Actually, my daughter goes to this school. So, actually, no, I hope all of these kids, because I want to punish the younger generations. I think it's normal to want the lives of our children to be harder than our lives were. That's a normal thing to want. That's a rational, normal thing. That's normal behavior. That's just how we act.
We're just outside of the admissions building here on the campus of Emory University, and some organizers here, they say that Emory police has been called, but so far we have not seen any officers. What we are seeing are some tents set up outside of the admissions building, as well as a group of protesters who have really traveled all across the campus today. They started just off campus, then they moved to the quad. We're now going to show you what it looks like from above. Our chopper is flying over the scene, very much active. Again, organizers tell us that Emory police was called roughly 30 minutes ago, but again, we have not seen any officers here on the ground. There have been no arrests that we have seen. This all comes after last Thursday. 28 people were arrested on the quad at Emory, including 20 students and staff members. Now, obviously, we've seen a lot of protests across the country at college campuses, and today Governor Brian Kemp, he weighed in on how his state should handle these.
I mean, people need to pay the piper. You know, if you've broken the law, if you're damaging property, if you're assaulting, especially police officers, you should have harsh penalties to send a message. We are not going to allow Georgia to become the next Columbia University.
And you just heard from the
Dude, these people are pathetic.
Governor, he said, we are not going to allow Georgia to become the next Columbia University. We are watching to see what happens here on the grounds here just outside of the admissions building, where again, this protest, it's really been going on all day long. These tents, though, were just set up in the last hour or so. We'll have to see if that violates any codes surrounding freedom of expression here on campus. Again, no arrests at this hour. We are told that Emory police has been called here. We have not seen them. We'll certainly keep an eye on it. Live here from Emory tonight, Patrick Quinn.
Oh, wait, this was updated. This was uploaded 28
and breaking
minutes
tonight,
ago.
a new protest at Emory University, plus a warning that police could.
And then this was uploaded. Oh wait, this is 6. I thought it said 6 minutes ago.
Get back!
6 days
Get back!
ago. Sorry.
And breaking tonight, a new protest at Emory University, plus a warning that police could soon move in.
Atlanta News First crews are on the scene as protesters have moved in and.
This was 1 hour ago. Okay, so look, it's back to normal. They're like, look at these violent agitators sitting. They're praying for bad things to happen to us.
And breaking tonight, a new...
Get on the ground! Get back! Get back!
Get back! Listen to me, I have a yellow gun. Let's see. This is police tear gas, arrest pro-Palestine.
You have refused to follow this lawful order.
At University of South Florida. Dude, this is everywhere. This is great.
At this time, please consider yourself under arrest for refusing to disperse. Please do not resist arrest or any other enforcement actions which could result in risk of injury which may occur. On behalf of Assistant Chief Marquise with the University of South Florida Police Department.
Right, guys? Because we're not giving them any reason to use force and shit against us, right? Because that's what they want. We're not giving them that.
On behalf of Assistant Chief Marquise with the University of South Florida.
Dude, these little shields are awesome.
This assembly has been declared an unlawful assembly in accordance with Chapter 870.04 of the Florida State Statute. You have been given a lawful order to disperse. You have refused.
Dude, bring gloves too, because whenever I see those, I'm throwing them motherfuckers back.
To follow this lawful order.
Don't just let them disperse. Put cones on them. That's what the Hong Kong crew did. Put stuff on top of them. Get one of those big old orange cones. Put it right on top of it. Take it, chuck it back, or roll it back so they don't say that you tried to kill them with a projectile. But that's how we gotta think, dudes, right? These things, they're just little gas canisters. They're probably hot, but just, if you have gloves, put them in a garbage bin or something. I don't know. I'm sure there's something, because once it disperses, but dude, the second that thing drops, I'm running to it and I'm putting something on top of it.
This time, please consider yourself under arrest.
These pussies.
For refusing to
Not the kids. I mean the pussies throwing the tear gas canisters into a center of a bunch of kids trying to do something, unlike these hogs who've never stood up for anything in their lives.
First, please do not resist arrest or any other enforcement actions which could result in risk of injury which may occur. We will be utilizing chemical ammunition. If you choose to stay.
See, I'm not letting this shit disperse, because they're just smoking them out. Watch, once the cans stop, they're just gonna push in. Cowards. Such cowards. Look at them. Look at this, dude, this is the shortest one in history. Dude, is that our boy? They're just smoking themselves, idiots. They're literally smoking themselves. You stupid idiots just tear gas themselves. You stupid idiots. Why are they walking into it, you dummies? Dude, they're so dumb. Truly. They're like, look, we let women beat on the black and brown folk. It's a really bad look when the whole police force looks pretty solid white and they're just arresting black and brown people. I'm just saying, it's a weird look. It's very odd. Yep. Weird, it's weird. It's such a weird look, you know? It feels like, it looks like it's racial. It looks like that, right? A little bit. Oh, never mind. What, are they trying to break some kid's arm down here? Are they shooting a disabled person in the head? What's going on here? What are they doing?
I tell you again, unless you want to go next.
Okay,
You're in the middle of it. You just told us to stay out of it. You're about to go too. Leave. Got it?
You're about to go too.
Okay.
Because I said so. I'm the sheriff. See, I have a badge.
You're the sheriff of D's. D's nuts. Look at him. Oh my god, dude. Tough hogs are the funniest thing.
Hey, man. I tell you again, unless you want to go next. You're in
Unless you want to go next.
Hog.
the
This one.
You're about to go too. Leave.
You're about to go too. Hey, sir, listen to me. You're about to go too, okay? I'm gonna put you in the paddy wagon, mister.
Officer.
Go.
Officer Ding Dong, probably. Oh, look, and then this national Zionist, white supremacist, fascist has something to say. What do you got to say, Leroy?
Go. All right.
Dude, I can't take any of these people seriously. They all literally have that, like, no confidence look. Like, these are the most cringe people in history. And they are only here because they have a gun and their job tells them that they can just do violence to anyone. As long as they're not white. Well, they can do violence to white people too, but they really like doing it to non-white people.
Hey, man. I tell you again, unless you want to go next. You're in the middle of it. You just told us to stay out of it. You're about to go too. Leave. Got it? Go. All right.
What do you say? Put me on TikTok? Hey, you're about to go next too. Dude, I would go barf on the cops. My brother barfed in the back of a cop car once. It was incredible. He told him too. He said, "Do not put me in the back of that cop car. I will throw up." And the cop said, "I'm taking you to detox." And my brother said, "Okay." And then he puked in his car, in the back seat. And he told me when we were in the hospital later, they just took him to detox because he was underage, just to piss him off, you know, make our lives hell. But then when we were, after the cops went away, my brother goes, "Hey, Corey, I did feel like I had to throw up, but I made myself throw up." And he goes, "I was going to do it on the floor, but I did it right in the back part so that it would go down into where the seatbelt is." Anyway, that was the UW, University of Wisconsin-Madison police. Had to clean that up. Amen, brother.
On behalf of Assistant Chief Marquise of the University of South Florida Police Department, this assembly has been declared an unlawful assembly in accordance with Chapter 870.04 of the Florida State Statutes. You have been given a lawful order to disperse. You have refused to follow this lawful order.
They're like, give the megaphone to a woman. They'll listen to a woman. A woman cop. They'll listen to that. That's what we heard.
At this time, please consider yourself under arrest for refusing to disperse. Please do not resist arrest.
You're under arrest. That's what I'm also going to do, is just tell all the cops that I have them under arrest. You are under arrest. Citizen's arrest.
Or other enforcement actions which could result
No, you're under arrest, okay?
In risk of injury which may occur.
Dude, these hogs. All right, anyway. I don't know, did we, what the frick? These Black Cube employees don't even try to be creative anymore. At least give us a fun challenge or try to trick us or something. The whole gaslight people with 5 dialogue options is no longer working. Just some marketing advice for you. Oh my, are you triggered? Dear me, can I get you a puppy or some crayons? I'm sorry, cryptologists. Are you triggered by college students yelling in their campuses? Cowards. Anyway. You guys want to watch a little... Let's find something to do with some emerald tablets or something and talk about something else for a minute? What's this? Thoth's Prophecy, read from the Hermetic Text by Graham Hancock. Let's watch this for a minute. The Hermetic texts in which Thoth's prophecy comes down to us draw on ancient Egyptian wisdom traditions more than 4,500 years ago.
We live at a crossroads. There's no doubt. We all feel it. We all know it. I don't think it's the first time that mankind has stood at such a crossroads. But here we are now, facing it and hopefully dealing with it. I'm going to close with a reading from the Hermetica, from the Hermetic texts. Hermes was the Greek version of the ancient Egyptian god Thoth. The Romans knew him as Mercury. And in a dialogue, the Hermetica, many of them are dialogues between Thoth Hermes and various pupils of his. And in one called the Asclepius, a lament is presented. And it's like a prophecy. It's a bit like the Mayan prophecy. Egypt seems to stand as a metaphor for the whole world in this. And to my mind, for the world in our time, this lament, this prophecy is speaking directly to us. So
wait 1 second. Did you guys hear... Have you guys heard about the Philosopher's Stone? Have you guys heard about the Book of Aquarius? I think the Philosopher's Stone might be real. And I think it might be made out of piss. Some dude anonymous posted this book online. The story of it is really cool. And he's basically like, yo, alchemy is real. Basically, the last few hundred years, all the alchemists have been hiding all their recipes in, like, metaphor and riddles to keep their stuff secret. Because everyone who wants this shit usually just wants it for, like, power or gold, like, to make gold or silver or whatever, you know, to get rich. But this dude, some people say maybe it's Thoth. Maybe it's Thoth in his current body. And he's like, I'm sick of all of these dummies not understanding that when I wrote my Hermetica thing, it's like, yes, it's truth, but parts of it are also like symbolic and whatever, you know? So this book is written by like a master alchemist who's like, I'm not doing any flowery bullshit language. I'm going to tell you how to make this thing. And I'm going to show you all of the past accounts of people talking about this. This thing is incredible so far. But I don't know, it's got like, when I'm reading through, it's like a no bullshit type of person vibe that I'm getting when I see people like Barry Jennings, when I see people like Russell Poole, when I see people like, who else do we love? John Hankey. Like, it's crazy, right? But I don't know. We've heard crazier things. But anyway, I only bring that up just because why did I bring it up? I don't know. I have a personal fun little opinion that I think that this is Thoth, and I think it's current Thoth. It was written in 2011, and it was put on a website, and dude, apparently the website was really cool, and everyone was like sharing their like, people have made this. I think it might be real. But people were like all talking about it. It was one of those cool old shitty web, you know, like the old school internet websites where it's just like a chat board, and someone ended up deleting that. But the but the manual is still on archive. But look, he says the purpose of this book is to release one particular secret which has been kept hidden for the last 12,000 years. The Philosopher's Stone, Elixir of Life, Fountain of Youth, Ambrosia, Soma, Imrita, Nectar of Immortality. These are different names for the same thing. Throughout history, this secret has been used by a very few to extend their lives hundreds of years in perfect health, with access to unlimited wealth, among many other miraculous properties. Some kept the secret because they understood that the time was not right for the secret to be free for all people, but most kept the secret out of their own jealousy, ignorance, egotism, and corruption. The stone's history and the history of the human race up until this day is a strange story full of secret societies, hooded cloaks, and mystical symbols. Like, you see what I mean? It's like, okay, bro is talking to us. He's talking in our ways. Such theatrics are childish and shallow. It's pointless to look for the light in the shadows. And Synthara's always talking about the shadows and the light, obviously, but the Philosopher's Stone operates and is made by entirely natural and scientific means. Truth is always simple, beautiful, and easy to understand. Yes! The Philosopher's Stone is real. You can make it at home, period. It's real. You can make it at home, period. The stone makes old people young, heals all forms of sickness and disease, extends your life, turns into any metal into gold, and more, as you will learn. This isn't a myth or a metaphor. It's a fact. Don't judge this book before you've read it. This is not one of those airy-fairy books written in all kinds of mystical language, filling pages with words that make sentences but no sense. This book will make more sense than anything you've ever read before. The age of secrets is over. I'm writing this book in common English. There's no need for mystical language or metaphor. This book contains no hidden meaning or codes. Everything is stated plainly and directly in the shortest and simplest of words necessary to convey the meaning. Like, dude, someone says this to me, I'm listening. Yes? Go on. You know what I mean? Like, this is cool. So I'm gonna read through this. Not right now. I just mean like in my time I have been reading this, and I think you guys should read it. I'll put it in the Discord, but it's really cool. Like, look, he puts all these. He has I think like 100 books that he's referencing from. He has 100 books that and you know what, dude? Too, the other thing, Izzy, you said, yeah, that's so exciting, but I was like, this is like a kooky, fun thing. When I read the foreword, it started like kind of making sense to me. I think it's basically saying that like, there's like this life essence in like everything that's alive, right? And I think that they're saying that like the way that this happened, the way that you make this is like every time you piss, there's like a tiny bit of this life essence that just gets flushed with like, you know, just like the waste process of your body. And so a tiny smidge of that goes every time you go. And I think that this is literally saying that, because basically the whole recipe is just boiling piss. I'm not kidding. And he's not kidding. But I thought it was insane. And then I read the first like 4 pages and I was like, okay, I mean, why not? At this point, it's like, why not, right? Everything else like is cuckoo bananas. We've heard so much about it, right? You've heard about this your whole life. Like people, like Kat said, people don't talk about shit that isn't real. You know? So anyway, I'm not saying it's real 100% or anything. I'm just saying it's fun. And we're going to be looking into this. And this may or may not be Thoth. Like, It reads like a person who has known a life as a mystical deity. You know what I mean? And then or like a computer, because then he goes, I'm saying this in the least amount of words necessary to convey my meaning. Brother, do not say things so sexy to me ever again, Anonymous. Yeah, I'll try anything once. Exactly, dude. So, anyway, I'm going to read through this, and I'm just saying, if any of you guys, like, if I had a shack, and no one could smell that shack, I might be boiling piss, you know? Truly. I'm honestly considering it, and I don't have a shack. It just sounds like you just gotta boil like 15,000 gallons of piss or something. Like, I could do that. And then you get a little disgusting looking stone that somehow turns shit into gold and gives you magical life healing properties from my own piss. Why not? I'll do anything once.
It's Hermes speaking, and he's saying to Asclepius this.
So anyway, that might be Thoth, and I think that you guys will think it's cool too. So I'll share it in the Disco, and then you guys can read through it too.
Do you know, Asclepius, that Egypt is an image of heaven? Or to speak more exactly, in Egypt, all the operations of the powers which rule and work in heaven are present in the earth below. In fact, it should be said that the whole cosmos dwells in this our land, as in a sanctuary. And yet, since it is fitting that wise men should have knowledge of all events before they come to pass, you must not be left in ignorance of what I will now tell you.
Oh, and the other clue, the other thing that made me really think this might be real is that the initial brotherhood or whatever that made the Philosopher's Stone, they called it the Brotherhood of the Golden Dawn. I was like, oh yeah, piss is the special ingredient. They're the Brotherhood of the Golden Dawn. Oh yeah, for sure. They're talking about piss. Because that's how everyone used to be. You'd always like hide everything in like metaphor and riddle and joke. We've lost that art bad, but you know, sometimes you see it.
There will come a time when it will have been in vain that Egyptians have honored the Godhead with heartfelt piety and service, and all our holy worship will be fruitless and ineffectual. The gods will return from earth to heaven. Egypt will be forsaken, and the land which was once the home of religion will be left desolate, bereft of the presence of its deities. O Egypt, Egypt, of thy religion nothing will remain but an empty tale, which thine own children in time to come will not believe. Nothing will be left but graven words, and only the stones will tell of thy piety. And in that day, men will be weary of life, and they will cease to think the universe worthy of reverent wonder and worship. They will no longer love this world around us.
Then that's why they gotta go. All these people who are like all the Elons and the Peters and all those guys, they gotta go away because they don't, like, they're looking for something else. We're just trying to love life and enjoy each other.
Comparable work of God, this glorious structure which he has built, this sum of good made up of many diverse forms, this instrument whereby the will of God operates in that which he has made, ungrudgingly favoring man's welfare, this combination and accumulation of all the manifold things that call forth the veneration, praise, and love of the beholder. Darkness will be preferred to light, and death will be thought more profitable than life. No one will raise his eyes to heaven. The pious will be deemed insane, the impious wise, the madman will be thought a brave man, and the wicked will be esteemed as good. As for the soul, and the belief that it is immortal by nature or may hope to attain to immortality, as I have taught you, all this they will mock, and even persuade themselves that it is false. No word of reverence or piety, no utterance worthy of heaven will be heard or believed. And so the gods will
Yeah, we're just free labor to build the mining projects to power their Stargate World Destroyer black hole weapon. They're literally just like their masters, bro. Just making people dig up cobalt and all this shit.
Apart from mankind, a grievous thing, and only evil angels will remain.
Yeah, I'm gonna upload Goodbye Nancies to Spotify tonight, I think. And I have it on YouTube. But I can upload it to SoundCloud, yeah. Here's the YouTube. Ah. Oh, shit.
Who will mingle with men and drive the poor wretches into all manner of reckless crime, into wars and robberies and frauds and all things hostile to the nature of the soul. Then will the earth tremble and the sea bear no ships. Heaven will not support the stars in their orbits. All voices of the gods will be forced into silence.
Does anyone have any really good, like, Thoth videos?
The fruits of the earth will rot. The soil will turn.
I feel like I want to learn more about the Emerald Tablets and, like, what they actually say and stuff.
And barren, and the very air will sicken with sullen stagnation. All things will be disordered and awry. All good will disappear. But when all this has befallen Asclepius, then God, the creator of all things, will look on that which has come to pass, and will stop the disorder by the counterforce of his will, which is the good. He will call back to the right path those who have gone astray. He will cleanse the world of evil, washing it away with floods, burning it out with the fiercest fire, and expelling it with war and pestilence. And thus he will bring back his world to its former aspect, so that the cosmos will once more...
Officer Smallwood of the Tactical Tent Demolition Force.
be deemed worthy of worship and wondering reverence. And God, the maker and maintainer of the mighty fabric, will be adored by the men of that day with continuous songs of praise and blessing. Such is the new birth of the cosmos. It is a making again of all things good, a holy and awe-inspiring restoration of all nature, and it is wrought inside the process of time by the eternal will of the Creator. I don't know whether we're going to face some terrible global catastrophe or not. I certainly hope not. I hope it will not come down to misery and horror, awful, awful things. There's enough of that in the world already. But I do remember what all the ancient texts say. There isn't a single flood myth, there isn't a single story of the destruction of past civilizations that don't implicate humanity in the story somewhere. Our own behavior, what we do.
Oh, I know. We could also try and find a video of Billy Carson talking about the weird things on Mars.
Is part of what we're bringing down on the world right now. What we are manifesting in the world. That is what is coming towards us. We are the.
Yeah, L.M. Knopp. I think you said I think the Philosopher's Stone is real. Bro, it might be. I mean, why? Now that I think about it, it's like, why would, like what Kat said, like, why would all these things be such a pervasive part of our cultures if they weren't real? You know? Like, Atlantis being real, that's fucking cool. I want all these places to be real, right? It's fun. It's great.
Authors of this thing, and we can change the story if we want to change it. I firmly believe that. Are we looking at the traces of a forgotten episode in human history? I think so. I think that's what's going on here. And because we've forgotten it, because we are a species with amnesia, because we are so much a mystery to ourselves, perhaps it's because of that we're so lost and so troubled today, so haunted by the sense of something missing, something that we need to know about ourselves. For the ancient Egyptians, the essential mystery of human existence concerned our spiritual essence, that we are participating in this theater of experience that we call life and the world.
Majora said, what if you make your Philosopher's Stone out of nut? I don't know, brother. Honestly, come on, these crusty ass alchemists, you know they for sure a couple times. Dude, I'll I'll let you know the second I get to it. I bet there's a chapter. It's like just once or twice, just a little bit of nut, not too much. Mainly piss, mostly piss. A little bit of nut. Most piss though. Lots of piss.
Immense endeavor aimed at
Like, I gotta know, can it be different kinds of piss? Do you want different kinds of piss?
the perfection of the soul. I've talked with shamans in the Amazon, and when I've asked them,
this is kind of a bust. What the fuck is this dude talking about? Billy Carson. Thoth. Dude, okay, I watched this. I watched a bit of this after our stream the other day. Or no, did I watch this one?
God is a frequency. It's our job to tune in. God is not a man. You hear people say reference God as him, he. They have this illusion that there's this sky daddy with a magic wand floating around granting wishes. That just really, in my research, isn't the case. It's more of a frequency, a divine frequency that is imbued in every living thing in the entire universe. In ancient times, people were more into spirituality. When we got to one of the highest advanced civilizations, which started out in Sumer and then migrated over into the land of Kemet before it became Egypt, the tablets date back about 6,000 to 8,000 years, but those tablets we discovered were recopied from even older tablets, which going back probably about 100 to 200,000 years prior. We're talking about a deep, deep, deep antiquity of super ancient culture. Even in the Emerald Tablets, when they relocated home base to the land of Kemet, in the Emerald Tablets, they're 36,000-year-old texts. They rebuild the land of Kem out of the mud, because there was a great flood. So we're talking about ancient knowledge. They said they rebuilt Kem. They didn't build it for the first time. They said they were going to bring it back.
Bro, the second we figure all this shit out, I know this, like, new great flood is gonna happen, isn't it? Dude, reading through that Adam and Eve document from the CIA, I don't like that. They basically say that the Earth fucking does this every 6,500 years. Like, the Earth does this, and then every 6,500 years, it goes like this in an instant, in a day. I don't like that. What if that's real? I don't want that to happen. We're about to crack this shit, man. We are about to crack this. And I swear to God, if the Earth shifts and ends us all, what was the point? We're so close. We're gonna defeat them. And the Earth is gonna shift? Dude, the document is horrifying. And it shows a lot of, like, gives a lot of evidence as to why, like, they think what they're saying is true. Look at this shit, dude. This is so scary. You guys like how I'm just putting my anxieties on you now? Wait, why can't I put... What the fuck? I can't put it up? Oh, it's full screen. Okay, look at this shit. I hate this. The Alaskan muck blanket? No. No, thank you. In many places, the Alaskan muck blanket is packed with animal bones and debris in train-load lots. Mammoth, mastodons, bison, horses, wolves, bears, and lions. A faunal population in the middle of the cataclysmic catastrophe was suddenly frozen in a grim charade. Yeah, they keep calling it the cataclysm. I do not want a cataclysm. The next cataclysm. The Great Floods. Like, 6,500... Or no, maybe this will happen in like 100 or 500 years? Or no? Yeah, maybe. Or no, are we overdue? Oh my God. Within 3 hours, the fantastic wall of water moves across the continent, burying the wind-ravaged land under 2 miles of seething water? No. Only great mountains such as this one can withstand the cataclysm's onslaught? Bro. No. Why? There's a whole list of, like, how we know that, how they know it's real. Where is it? This. The story around the world gives a silent testimony, because, yeah, look, it says, in a quarter to half a day, the poles move almost to the equator. In a day? And that's what Peter Thiel's messing with, maybe? There was a sudden end to the Laurentia Basin ice cap in Canada 11,500 years ago. Uninterrupted years of evolution on the Galapagos over 11,000. The age of fossil bones taken from the Wilshire Boulevard tar pits over 11,000 years. Like, there's, like, I kind of almost believe it, but I don't really want... Wait, 5,000, 7,000. Dude, are we so screwed? We're toast. Anyway, back to Thoth.
Up to a high level of civilization. So it was already high before the flood. We're talking about tens of thousands of years ago. And so they began to create these mystery schools at dawn of this new era.
Lizzie, I'm not sure if it is 15,000 gallons yet. I will let you know, but that was just an or that was just my estimate. That's how much piss I think it's gonna take. But I will let you know. Oh, it's an ad. I'll wait to put that back on. I'm not gonna do another thing though, but I'll read some more piss. Okay. Our alchemy is the art of imitating and accelerating nature. It is a natural art and science. In alchemy, we do not really make anything. All we do is provide a condition for nature to do what nature does. So the Philosopher's Stone is not really made by the alchemist. It is made by nature. The alchemist only provides the conditions so that nature can operate effectively without being disturbed. Hey, dudes, we're just reading a couple things from the piss documents, the Philosopher's Stone documents. But we're going back to Thoth.
36,000 years ago. The gentleman who started this, his name was Thoth, T-H-O-T-H. And he's known as a wisdom keeper. He's known all over the entire world. And every continent I've been to, there's a depiction of him there. Even in the outback of Australia, they've got him etched into a petroglyph in the rock. He doesn't really have a bird head, but he's depicted as such because the ibis bird depicts bringing darkness to light. Because the beak is so long, it goes deeper down into mud to bring sustenance up. But he ruled over the land of Kemet for 14 or 16,000 years, roughly thereabout, according to the ancient Egyptians. And then he left there and went to Mesoamerica and kickstarted the Teotihuacan civilization. It
was Kemet was Egypt?
in Mexico City, you have Teotihuacan, you have all down throughout Tulum and all the way down to Chichen Itza. That was all his.
Dude, it makes so much sense, and it's so much cooler that we have like this connecting through line all together. Like, it's such a cool thing if it's real, and like it really pisses me off that people have hidden all of this from us. Like, of course the pyramids are connected. Like, they even kind of look similar, you know? Like, it kind of does look like an architect doing another model, you know? It's like, This stuff makes sense, and it's cool, and it's way more fun than whatever they're telling us now. And now that I know that Mossad agents have been writing all of our textbooks for the literally last 100 years, bro, I don't trust anything anymore. I don't trust anything that I can't see. I don't know. Like, what the hell? I don't even trust what I can see anymore.
Master architectural plan. And Teotihuacan is part of his African name, which is also known as Tahuti. And Teotihuacan in Mexico really means the city of Tahuti that he built out there. So he left there, and that's why the pyramid complex there mirrors the one at Giza in Africa. And so these mystery schools started, and so these mystery schools were to teach the spirituality to adept initiates and to pass it down through verbal teachings. And then when some of these super masters began to pass away or leave or disappear, whatever you want to call it, some of these pyramid priests and temple priests realized the power that this knowledge had and began to alter and remix it. They understood the psychology and the neuroscience behind this and how it could control masses of people. So they started to twist the scripture and twist the words and kind of utilize it for darkness instead of light. And then we're able to then put people into a box and put real controls on them and dominate them and secure them, bringing them food, bringing them sacrifices, bringing them money. The sacrifices were not for God. The sacrifices were so they can eat. If you go to Egypt, you go to all these temples, you'll find the storehouses where all the sacrifices will be put and salted and stored and hung and dried so that these people can have food to eat, because they weren't going to go hunting for anything. They weren't going to grow any crops. So it was all a big scam. So they took his teachings, his spiritual teachings. He's all about seeking the light, evading the darkness, understanding how to raise and be born again through conscious thought. The first baptism that was taught is in the Emerald Tablets. He talks about being baptized via elevated consciousness, being able to rise up to another level and look back to see where you were before. And you'll be born again many times in one lifetime if you continue to ascend. It had nothing to do with splashing water and dumping your head in the pool and all this other kind of stuff. That was also another twist of the information. If you look at the Emerald Tablets, so I wrote this book called Compendium of the Emerald Tablets, which is...
Oh yeah, dudes, I started reading this too. This is good. This is great too. I really like Billy Carson. And Hermeticism is the thing that Thoth teaches, but it's the Hermetica, I want to read what Hermeticism is. Hermeticism is a philosophy and religious system based on the purported teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, which is the guy that Billy Carson talked about last week, or Monday. A Hellenistic conflation of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. And Hermes is the god that... Is he the one that flies? These teachings are contained in the various writings attributed to Hermes, which were produced over a period spanning many centuries. One particular form of Hermetic teaching is the religio-philosophical system propounded by a specific subgroup of Hermetic writings known as religio-philosophical. No, tell me what it is. A more open mind term is Hermeticism, but we'll talk about it. Oh yeah, as above, so below. What does that mean? Is a popular modern paraphrase of the second verse of the Emerald Tablet. Oh! A compact and cryptic text attributed to Hermes Trismegistus and first attested in a late 8th or early 9th century Arabic source, as it appears in its most widely divulged medieval Latin translation. But what does it mean? Oh my God. Okay, I'm just going to keep listening to Billy.
It's been a bestseller worldwide for 4 years. It's now...
Dude, Billy... I mean, no, I kind of love it. I was gonna say we gotta get someone to do some graphic art for the boy, but honestly, no, it's great. I love it. So wait, this dude doesn't have a bird head? He's just depicted as having a bird head?
I think currently number one out of 3 million books in ancient civilizations. In that book, I put the New Testament where Jesus is speaking, and I put both the Atlanteans' words from the Emerald Tablets side by side. And you see that Jesus is literally mimicking what he learned from the ancient mystery schools, which he learned directly from the...
I do like Billy Carson's idea here that Thoth wasn't these like prophets, but he's the one who started, I think, like, because Jesus saw an angel and Muhammad saw an angel, and The one thing that with Billy that I'm like kind of like meh on is he said that like Joseph Smith said that he saw an angel, but I think Joseph Smith is just a straight up fucking liar. But you know, Billy can have that if he needs it. But basically he said that Thoth is the angel that came to all of these prophets and started all these religions apparently.
Egyptian mysteries from Thoth the Atlanteans' teachings. So he's not saying anything new in the New Testament. All those words that were spoken by him were information that he was taught, because the real text is 36,000 years old. And of course, we know the Bible was written between 100 AD to 900 AD, long after the people were long gone. It's just a mimicking of ancient texts, and people began to take spiritual concepts, and a lot of different religions cropped out of his spiritual writings that he wrote in those emerald tablets. The story kept getting rewritten. The story did happen originally thousands of years before Jesus was even born. And then the story kept getting copied over and over and over. The true story of Jesus has really never truthfully fully been read. The Sinai Bible is probably closest to the truth, because the Sinai Bible was written before the King James Bible and some of the other canonized books. And there's about
Does Archive have all of these, like the Sinai Bible and stuff? Like, that sounds cool.
$14,000 differences between the two. And one of the biggest discrepancies is Jesus was never crucified. Matter of fact, Harvard has a copy of the book of Jesus' wife in its seminary library. So most likely he got married, had kids, and the Merovingian bloodline most likely is still walking the planet till this very, very day. And so I think that those stories of the ancient, the ancient cultures having that same story over and over again was just it being copied again from culture to culture and being reread, and the names being slightly changed, but it happened originally thousands of years prior with Horus. I believe that Jesus, his real name is Yeshua. First of all, he was a real person that did exist. I've been to the house where he grew up in Egypt, because if you remember in the Bible, Jesus disappears from the Bible at the age of 12. Disappears. You don't see him again until he's 32. He's gone. Where does he go? The Gospel of the Holy 12, which was left out of the Bible, has the answer. He goes to Egypt. I've been there. If you go to Coptic Cairo, you can go to the house where Jesus and his mother lived in there in that area.
Dude, Billy is just a thread puller. He's just like us. Billy just fucking is sick of hearing bullshit, and he gets to pull threads.
And they turned it into like a crypt now. So you can go there, you can, see where the bed he slept in and everything.
Dude, Billy and Kat have to be buds, right?
It's still there. And he was learning the Egyptian mystery.
Like, I feel like Kat uses a lot of Billy's phrases.
From there, he went all the way up into Tibet to learn Reiki healing and Qigong, and that's been confirmed by the Dalai Lama. And then he left from there and went down into India to learn the mystic arts, teaching reincarnation all the way back to Egypt. And then the Bible picks up, I call my son out of Egypt, and then you see him appear on the back of a donkey in Jerusalem at the age of 32. And that's where the Bible text picks him back up as coming back in. But he was a very spiritual being. He was a virgin birth. And what's interesting is in the Apocrypha text, the text that was kept out of the Bible, you discover his grandmother, Mary's mother, was also a virgin birth. And if you look at the Sumerian tablets, you discover that these virgin births were not unusual. They were experimenting in these types of in vitro fertilization techniques, where they would take an egg and put it in the womb and take it to term. Not their egg, another woman's egg. And they have this whole section in Egypt called the Hathor's temple at Dendera, where they have these birthing centers where they were doing this. So he was a virgin birth, and so was his grandmother was also a virgin birth. They were planted on this timeline for a specific reason by the people who control from behind the scenes, which were these, they called themselves the ordainers of destiny in the Sumerian tablets. They believed that they had the right to control destinies on this planet. And they would use this crystal tablet to see potential outcomes and futures that they wanted, and they would then pick the one they wanted to coalesce into one real outcome, and they would go ahead putting action behind that to make that reality come true for them. Masters at manifesting. Prior to the flood, the Anunnaki, who are also the Atlanteans, that's the same people. The Atlantean is a civilization. Anunnaki means those who came from heaven to earth. So it's like if we travel to Mars, I wouldn't say I'm Billy Carson from Boca Raton, Florida. I would say I'm an Earthling, right? So Anunnaki is that generalized term. Atlantean is the type of civilization they created. So basically what you find is that before the flood, they didn't even interact with the hominids that were on this planet. They didn't interact with us. Our cousins were here. Not Homo sapiens sapiens, but a different version of us was already here. Then they started tinkering because they wanted to create a slave race of people. And then
dude, I believe this. Yeah. Dude, yeah. That's what it feels like.
After the flood, they decided to utilize this new tinkered genetically modified version of a Homo sapien sapien. And they would create leaders of these areas, like, for example,
Yeah, like, isn't it kind of fast to jump, like... Shouldn't it kind of take, I don't know, millions of years to get... I mean, I'm sure it did. To get from, like... Because weren't we around while there was... what were they called? Cro-Magnon man? Neanderthals? Because didn't we kill them all? Dude, so are we straight up, like... Yo. I kind of believe it. I think we're lab-grown species of slaves. Hairless slaves. Because they were like, ooh, I'm liking these, like, these monkey things. They got a nice shape, but maybe could get a little bit, get rid of that frickin' hair. Yuck.
Pharaoh would be, and the initial pharaohs would be a direct bloodline of one of these Anunnaki people. In other words, it would be half human and half Anunnaki, where the term demigod comes from in Greek and Rome and all of that. And so they would make that liaison, that bloodline liaison between them and the people.
Dude, yeah, like Assassin's Creed.
As time continued to go by and cultures and the way that the economics and the civilizations and the kingship and everything changed, they began to then, for whatever reason, handpick specific people to do specific things, and they would then create these genetically modified or bloodline people. Yeshua was one of them, who I believe he was half human and half Anunnaki. That's just my personal opinion. I have not read that anywhere, but that's based on what I've researched and what I know from studying ancient cultures. I believe that he was not one. He himself said he's not of this world. I believe that he was a chosen one for whatever the full mission was, and I think the real mission was to bring a certain level of Christ consciousness, which existed before Jesus Christ, that terminology ever came to be. Christ consciousness is ancient, it's super ancient. And it's a certain level of consciousness that a person can get to this level where they're all knowing, all loving, they're the epitome of service to others and unconditional love for one another. A real true ascended being. And Jesus never said he was gonna return, he said that Christ would return. And he's talking about the consciousness coming back to this planet and raising everyone up to a high level and bringing back a new golden age. It's a level of consciousness where...
Dude, hell yeah, Billy. We're going to a new golden age. We are not going to cataclysm time, okay? Okay, CIA, stop trying to make it happen. Dude, literally, they're going to cause the cataclysm. They're gonna, like, turn the frickin' CERN thing on and turn it into a super magnet, and it's gonna pull the moon into us and kill us all. That's exactly what the CIA would do. Dummies.
You have this crystallized consciousness where everything that you think of is about, how can I become a problem solver? I'm not a victim. How can I help someone? How can I love this person better? How can I solve problems before they happen? Because a genius will solve problems before they happen. So these people were high-level thinkers. They'll think into the future and think of what all the outcomes can be and then create solutions before they even need them. That kind of level of thinking, how to heal people, no suppression of medical technology and information and stuff like that, creating a true super Christ civilization.
Alexis sent this. These are Earthship houses. Dude, these do look fucking cool. Dude, this is my aesthetic for sure. My aesthetic is find random shit on the street and then try and make it look cool and you know, like our courtyard and stuff. I put all of our garden stuff is just like shit I found on the street. So, but I love this aesthetic. Just find cool shit. Find a cool ass window and figure out how it fits in your wall. Like find a circle window, dude. Do whatever. It's your freaking house. Well, it probably isn't, but you know what I mean? But where you can, have fun. These boring ass square houses and shit that we all have to live in. Blech. I love like a overrun garden that like only the gardener knows how to get through and stuff. Not like crazy, but like, you know, I want your thing to look different than mine, you know? I want us to all be able to show each other our gardens and be like, oh, I didn't even think of that. That's awesome. Then we'll each do that, you know? That's what's fun. This seems fun. Earthship
Located
houses.
in New Mexico's high desert is the complete rethinking of a house. These off-grid buildings are designed to harness heat in the winter.
Like solar cyberpunk future is the future.
and deter it in the
We gotta learn, yeah, exactly. Solar panels. We gotta learn how to get back in touch with Earth a little bit, you know? I think that we try and pretend that we aren't animals, but we are, dude, and we gotta be nice to the Earth. Look at all the plants they got in there. That's awesome.
summer. Their roofs are built to utilize every drop of rainwater and designed to grow their own food.
Dude, this is
Using
cool.
old tires, bottles, and beer cans, these homes are made out of garbage. Built into the earth and completely autonomous like a ship, they're called Earth.
Yeah, dude, this is so sick.
Ships. Amazingly, those who live in these odd-looking structures still enjoy almost all of the luxuries of a traditional house.
Dude,
Nowhere
this
else in
is
America
great.
can you legally experiment with housing like this according to New Mexico state law.
Look at that.
How did this movement get started? Where is it going? And how can you actually be a part of it?
Our first stop was at the most recent Earthship construction site, where we met Mike Reynolds, who is proudly responsible for all of this. In his eyes, he's found an answer.
This does not look like a typical work site.
Yeah, well, this is our main...
Dude, the disrespect of dogs sometimes. I did not consent to getting flashed, thank you. And B, why aren't you collecting that for your own freaking Philosopher's Stone, you stupid dog? Dude, everyone out here wasting piss like it's not literally the Philosopher's Stone.
Structural material is tires.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this. It's just like tires and dirt, dude. Yeah, these houses that we live in are so inefficient and stuff. And expensive. You know why you build shit out of wood? Well, because it's straight. But also because it's expensive.
You have to register every build site as a waste dump.
Really?
That's how ridiculous it is.
So this is a waste dump.
This is a waste dump. It is still harder to get a permit for a sustainable, absolutely off-the-grid building than it is for a frame cracker box. You know, I wrote a law called the New Mexico Sustainable Testing Sites Act.
It's true, he did. But if we're gonna go down that hole, we're gonna need a little history.
We don't got time for history. We just want to see that.
It kind of looks like an amusement park.
Dude, this is sick.
You don't have to be out. No,
this is exactly what I would do. If I own this place, I would make a little workshop in the basement that has all my tools and everything, and also where the band room is, obviously. The drum set will be down there, all the amps, all the synths. I'll put soundproofing all over. It'll be perfect. And there's a little exit right out the basement from where I would put the workshop. Ugh. Dude, it has a spiral staircase down from the first level to the basement. We live up on the second level though. We don't live down there. Just our neighbors do, but we would kick them the fuck out. But oh, it'd be so nice. And then it just goes right out into our little courtyard there. So you could easily bring in big pieces of wood if you needed to. But I don't know where I'm going. They said this place is worth like $10 million. Sure, buddy. You sold it to your mom for $80,000 less than 10 years ago. No, 10 years ago now. You lying asshole. All these people think that their houses should be worth $1 billion. Well, I'm sorry, it's not. I can't wait till the whole thing collapses, the whole stock market and everything. And then it's going to be squatters' rights. If Germany gets to do squatters' rights on us, on America, I'm doing squatters' rights on my goddamn apartment that I've literally paid for the last 12 years. And own no piece of.
No rush. There's my tangerines.
You weren't kidding about the whole jungle thing.
The sewage of the toilet go out to septic tanks at either end. And then you know how a septic tank has a drain field.
Yeah.
The drain field comes right back in under here in a rubber line cell. This is all growing from shit.
Dude, this is like a rainforest cafe, but way better. This is incredible.
And
like, we should all be able to do this. But no, we have laws, and you have to go get permits. And none of us are ever going to be able to afford a plot of land.
So I'll just take you a quick through first. This is the living room.
A waterfall.
Waterfall fireplace.
A fireplace.
Yeah, so I just went.
And dude, there's people throw so much stuff out that like you could find all of this stuff in New York. Like if you had a place to put stuff, you could find like enough stuff to make an entire house in 1 year. I could do that in 1 year. But you could never build a house anywhere, so can't do anything with it. Dude, there's like plots, there's literally burned out, firebombed houses that you would literally have to completely rebuild, and they're like, you know, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. Dude, get the fuck out of here.
Went off. I just did.
And it's just like, I'm just talking about New York, just because that's like, you know, that's gonna be on the high end, but this is like everywhere, dude. It's like really bad everywhere. It's really hard. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, everyone knows, but that sucks, right? It's like that's the American dream and none of us get to have it. Dude, our generation, none of us have kids. Like, not none, but like so many, you know, that would like to, but like it's impossible. How? It sucks. We got robbed, dude.
Whatever. You went all the way up.
By a bunch of literal criminals.
People
Dude, this
think that
house
you
is
have to be
amazing.
In a teepee in the mountains to be sustainable. And I wanted to show him, look, this is pretty.
This dude is cool as hell.
Luxurious.
This
you
is
can be
beautiful.
sustainable and be luxurious.
The cupboards, the floor. It seems like everything is intentional.
But this shows people what can be done.
This is great.
This pile of literal garbage is worth 1.5.
This man definitely has a shack where he is boiling piss. We're gonna have to make a philosopher's stone. Dude, they're so gross looking too. They're nasty. It turns white and then it turns like deep blood red. But I'd be putting that shit in my mouth if it makes me live. If it makes me super healthy and live a couple... Dude, I would take another, like, 50 years. I don't want to live forever. I'd take, like, another good 50 years. I'd take a couple bars of gold. So maybe I could, do something that I want to do for the most part. Just want to chill.
$5 million. To find out what it's like living in one of these vessels, we visited this dog and his guardian, Judy.
What don't you have? You know, you have a lot of things here that a lot of people can't say they can control.
I can control my whole environment. I've got 6 solar panels, which supply me with enough electricity always, except for really cloudy days. But then I have a windmill. So if it's cloudy, it's windy.
I've got 2 solar panels that I got from some dude for free, and I'm gonna get them on the roof. I think. I don't think they'll ever see that I put them up there. But I want to run them down in the summer and try and run my ACs off of them because Con Edison just like raised everyone's prices like 30% or something. And I want to fuck them. So yeah, we might have to do a solar panel battery session someday. Because I feel like it's pretty easy. Like the panels are good, they work. The guy said that just because they're broken doesn't mean that they won't work. Like they're just the glass is just cracked. But he said they should work just fine. And I don't give a shit what they look like. I'm not going to be looking at them. So I just would need to like run a couple wires down into the apartment and then get like a battery bank and like an inverter or whatever and something else. But I think it's kind of doable. So if anyone's a genius on that stuff. In the disco, put it in the disco. We've got like we have a sustainability section or something.
The roof is slanted so that the rainwater goes down into the cisterns. I have 3 cisterns of 1,500 gallons each. You know, I'm getting purified water that's rainwater, and, you know, everyone else is drinking microplastics.
So, I mean, in total, how many Earthships are there?
Oh, that I don't know. There are 60. I mean, not only do we get to live here, but we also serve as a demonstration that you can build your house out of old tires and You need a few things besides old tires and cans.
Dude,
and
this
bottles.
is cool.
Do we want to go in?
Let's see the humble Earthship you have going.
Hot tub.
Got a hot tub. That's luxury.
So not that humble.
Not that humble. Okay.
Yeah.
So here are 2 skylights.
This
These
is
are what's
beautiful. Dude, I would have so many skylights. I love the skylight in the bathroom. I would put one here. I would put one in the living room. I love them.
These don't suck. They're awesome.
This is awesome.
Go on.
And I'm sure there's a community that's tied you together. You've tied a community together through that. Is there?
There used to be.
There used to be.
And then some people got disenchanted and thought that Michael should pay for more of the roads and he should do this and he should do that. So there became a split. But still, there is a little core group that I'm associated with. Yes.
So what happened?
The ugliness of America came to the greater world.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we got to get an HOA out at the Earthship thing.
Judy is referring to the greater world Earthship community here in Taos, which along with Judy's home...
Oh my god, dude. I was like, I just want to see the houses, but now they're saying Earthship drama? Fuck. You know how to suck me in.
seems to be full of personality. As she continued tending to her ship, we traveled just down the road to a more comprehensive type of Earthship.
And this is the latest global model Earthship. The global model is really called the
Dude, what the fuck is this?
global model because you can build it anywhere in the world.
Earthships are all unique, each built for the specific climates that they inhabit. However, Mike Reynolds and his team designed a model that can function anywhere on Earth. This is Teargas, and Deborah helped build it.
I mean, this is pretty much as good as it gets in terms of growing food. You have these huge banana trees in here.
Yeah, dude, you could grow so much food. Oh my god, your whole fucking house is a greenhouse? Dude, and we build these sad little squares. Ugh.
You got rosemary, you've got incaberries, you got fig
These sad little cold squares.
trees. So really, this is kind of an experiment with how much can you actually do in terms of growing your own food.
The greenhouse also serves another purpose, temperature regulation. Between the living
Yeah,
area
dude.
and the outside
Greenhouses are always so warm and nice.
lies the greenhouse, which acts as a climate buffer. Every Earthship faces a few degrees off of true south to deter the sun in the summer and fully harness its power in the winter. On top of that, surrounding the remaining 3 sides of the building are tire-packed walls that absorb the heat in the day and transfer it inside at night.
You know, you have all this earth that's like a battery, and you can heat that up and cool it as you want, you know, for your own comfort. And so by heating up your greenhouse, then that is charging up the rest of the house and those earth walls, and then at night or in winter, that kind of comes back into your living area and makes it comfortable for you. It's all on solar. So in here you have 3 bathrooms running, and you know, this is a huge building and it runs all on solar and solar hot water.
People here survive on just 7 inches of annual rainfall. 7 inches for drinking, cooking, showering, the bathroom, even watering the plants.
So you'll always see in all Earthships that the showers are a little bit elevated because it just gravity feeds down. So you're using the same water 4 times. You're getting the rainwater, you're filtering it to shower with. Then that shower water, that's 1. So the shower water waters your plants in the planter bed. So you're growing food with that, that's 2. Third time is you flush the toilet with that same water. And then that same water goes outside and waters plants that are outside. So you're using the same water 4 times. If you're in your flat or your home or wherever.
Dude, I love the glass bottles in the wall move. It's awesome. It looks so cool and nice. I love it.
Wherever it is, and you open up the tap, it's like, where is that water coming from? And if you switch on the light, where is that light coming from? You know, and the vegetables that you eat, where are those coming from? And where does your poop go when you flush the toilet?
Oh.
To me, like every day that I can spend doing this and
I love a garden, like a greenhouse home.
somehow showcasing it or teaching other people about it or sharing that information is huge. So, yeah.
After learning more about how Earthships function, it was time for us to check into ours.
I don't know how I feel about eating food that was fertilized by my own shit. You don't have to fertilize it with your dookie if you don't want to. I don't think I would. I would be like, that's okay.
Model named the...
I would be collecting that piss, though. You know I'd have a piss boiling room. If I had an Earthship, dude, I'd build a little piss boiling shack out back. I'd build it 1,000 feet away from the house, and I would be doing nothing but boiling piss from till the cows come home.
The encounter.
Give me more drama, come on. This is rad.
Got it?
Got it.
Yes.
So why did we do this?
This is like the bearing walls of the house. You know, all our roof sits on tire walls.
I mean, you're reusing a piece of trash essentially.
Yes.
What are
And there's so many tires. It's so much. It's a great use of them.
the other benefits for the structure and for these homes?
It's the thermal mass. So the tire wall is what takes on and regulates temperature inside the building. So when you walk in your place and it's warm, it's because those tires are holding all that heat.
This guy right here?
This thing right
The houses, you know they're made out of tires
Right,
and
yeah.
tin cans and stuff
Dude,
like that.
these guys love tires.
So it helps to clean up the
escape society. But
Yeah, I'd say everyone up here is like pretty tough to,
Yeah.
you know, go through the just everyday life's a little more difficult when you're up on a mountain, but
decision in life.
Absolutely, and that's kind of why Earthships are so groovy, because you come here and you see something like the Phoenix and you're like, this is off grid.
Another Earthship that dons a price tag similar.
Uh-oh. Come on. Ow. Play. Uh-oh.
Grid has a lot of inherent advantages in terms of efficiency, self-reliance, and just, you know, putting it back in the hands of the people.
I think a lot of people in America and the rest of the world would think about going off the grid as being an uncomfortable
Dude,
decision
is that
in
a
life.
Absolutely, and that's kind of why
Was that a
Earthships are so
castle?
groovy. Putting it back in the hands of the people.
I think a lot of people in America and the rest of the world would think about
Sick.
going off the grid as being an uncomfortable decision in life.
Absolutely, and that's kind of why Earthships are so groovy, because you come here and you see something like the Phoenix and you're like, this is off grid.
Another Earthship that dons a price tag similar to the Phoenix is the Dobson House. The only thing this place doesn't have is,
Damn.
well, phone service.
This
Other than
is
that, you can
sick.
live here completely off-grid like a millionaire.
You know, there's definitely people who don't know anything about Earthships. There's just the weird hobbit houses in the desert, you know, and then there's the people who think Mike Reynolds is kind of a charlatan, telling people how to come out here and build these wacko structures they can't permit around the globe, and you know, they see him as kind of a snake oil salesman. But you know, any great thinker, I think, will generate criticism. Like that's just kind of the name of the game.
This is like, at a certain point, we're just gonna have to like all the people who have to live in vans should literally just caravan somewhere and form a city and just just do what the Mormons did. I don't know. Like, at a certain point, we gotta stop like asking for shit. I'm so over asking for shit. I'm sick of asking people to be nice to us.
I mean, he's challenging the system.
Absolutely.
You
To
see
its
the
fundamental
system.
core.
You see the system anywhere you look from here. Like any house that is that one right there. You know, it's got a window every. I don't know the codes, but
Yeah, no, exactly. It's very regular. You know what it looks like. It's predictable. And
out here on the outskirts because of regulation and stuff like that. So that definitely fits in line with people that are trying to get away from people and not see everyone a lot and just
That's cool.
live by themselves. But I think that community is important too. And even if Earthship Biotexture doesn't acknowledge
Yeah, I like being by. I like being by
that,
people.
that's important. It's still, that community still exists here.
But
Like I
it's
said,
still
it kind of
sweet.
attracts this independent spirit.
Right.
Who doesn't necessarily even want community.
where I'm from, if you want a fixer-upper, it's about $500,000 in Seattle, and you know that is a monumental cost that you're going to spend most of your life, you know, paying off. And if you're able to get your friends together and build yourself shelter that's very comfortable and awesome, like, you know, it's just a better life, getting out of that stress cycle.
I've never held a hammer in my hand. Like, I had no idea about construction or anything, you know. And then, yeah, and it just makes sense, you know. And now it's family. I mean, Mike is more than my boss. He's my friend.
But what we haven't touched on yet is possibly the toughest challenge of Mike's life.
I mean, is there anything that is challenging for you at this point? I mean, I'm sure there's things that.
Like about 14 months ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 prostate cancer.
Oh.
And that was a little bit challenging at first. The doctors told me, hey, this is life-threatening, dude. You better pick out a casket, is basically what they said, stage 4. And they wanted to cut my balls off, cut my prostate out, cut my lymphs out, because it had traveled to my lymphs, and give me radiation and chemo, and then have me buy a bottle of pills every month that costs $17,000 a bottle. And so I don't do any of that. I eat way different. I eat vegetables that I can grow in my Earthship. Not only is energy off the charts and water and the dogma of utility infrastructure, but
Brother, if you have not been making a philosopher's stone, I would advise you do it. Start collecting that piss, brother. Oh my God, the Earthship demands a piss boiling room.
the way we eat. and feed ourselves with fast food and processed meats full of hormones. Dairy cows are...
Guys, truly, I the food in America is straight up poison.
So full of hormones, it's no wonder that everybody here doesn't have pets. I mean, it's insane what they're doing, and it fit right into this. So my solution of Earthships is helping me with cancer, and I may be full of crap, but I think I'm going to be alive another 30 years.
To go through what you've gone
Hell
through
yeah.
to get a place like this up and running, all of these
Yo,
places up and
chill,
running,
brother, chill.
It's amazing. That takes so much
What the
grit.
fuck are you
know, from
doing?
being completely shut out of essentially this community, and then like constructing your own laws to make it work, and then to continue on for 50 years. That's something that a lot of people wouldn't be able to do.
I'm driven now more than ever because it impressed me to see people waiting in cars for food and showing videos of frozen pipes running water down the stairways and people in cars trying to stay warm in the country that I live in.
Yeah.
I've seen that in third world countries, stuff like that. But for this country to be reduced to a third world country means that somebody needs to
Bro, America is a fourth world country.
come up with a yellow brick road to a better life.
Yeah. I say the caravan, I think the frickin' vans of people who have to live in their vans should form a city. Caravan city. Just go take an abandoned house. I don't know. Like, there's more abandoned houses than people who need houses. Like, I don't get what the problem is. I don't know, man. These people, they just think about money. It's crazy. People died in their cars.
I think that's what this is. And see, that's a shitload of garbage right there, the privacy wall. And it's not done yet, but...
That's awesome.
And the ones we're doing in the tropics...
It's pretty hard to resist being inspired while listening to Mike speak. So to contribute ourselves, we put in some hard labor to provide some Earthship materials. Those materials? Beer cans.
Just seeing what a home can be changes my perspective on like what I've perceived it to be in my whole life.
Honestly, it reminds me of when I was like 10 years old, making a tree fort in my backyard. Like, no rules, build what you want, throwing away all conventional architecture. Like, I didn't know anything when I was 10 years old. Not that these people are 10 years old, but you know what I mean? Like,
with what you're saying, it's like when you don't have any restrictions, you literally just made what worked.
the thing that blew my mind the most about the whole thing, we would pretty much be living like normal. Like, we would plug all of our stuff in, plug our phone in, plug our camera batteries in, use the faucet, flush the toilet, use the shower, and it's all happening in your little pod. You're not connected to anything. I know for these people it's their life, but like, you can't.
This is cool.
You can't feel that unless you actually like experience it, I don't think.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Hey man, good Earthship experience.
Dude, and look, they're creating Philosopher's Stone.
Be sure to subscribe and turn your notifications on so we can
Okay, we're gonna just see if Billy's got anything else that we need to see. Otherwise, I think I'm gonna be reading about the Golden Dawn, you know, my brothers. Let's see. Is there any good, like, 5-minute Thoth Billy Carson thing? Is this Graham Hancock is full of shit, right? I like Billy Carson. If Billy Carson's full of shit, then I don't care. Then we're entertaining him, but I don't know. This is fun. I think that the Tesla shit is real. This doesn't seem too far off, you know? Who knows? Oh, Billy talks about Antarctica? Should we watch this? Oh, fuck. Motherfucker's gonna talk about pyramids. We should watch this, right? This feels very...
Area was lush.
We'll watch this, and then this is it.
It's tropical almost. We have a new enemy that can fly from pole to pole with extreme speed. And he says they come and go as they please because nobody can stop them. There is a situation that began to happen during World War II where they discovered that the Nazis went down to Antarctica and built...
Oh yeah, boys, this is relevant to us very much. How did we ever not think that this would be very relevant? Dude, oh, this is gonna line up perfectly into Peter Thiel. This is the key that we've been missing.
The base down there, New Schwabenland. And we're like, wait a minute, Why in the world would they go to this desolate place? What's down there that they would want to go through the harsh weather and risk everything, risk
Dude,
their
Bunny,
lives
is this what you just sent
There's an
me?
incredible story that was
Yes.
in Admiral Byrd's diary that was found by his kids, where he said he flew into an area
Sorry.
that opened up
What is happening?
in Antarctica, and he went into an area where it was lush
Bunny just
and
sent the same.
tropical almost.
Yeah. Oh,
and
hell
as he
yeah.
got into
Sorry,
this
I missed it earlier.
This is according to his own diary.
Sorry.
Into an area that opened up.
Oh, this is our boy.
In Antarctica, and he went into an
This is a bird.
area was lush and tropical almost. And as he got into this area, this is according to his own diary. People can look this up. Something took over his plane, and these two UFO type craft, circular craft, flying saucers came, and it took over his craft and it guided him in to this area where they landed. And then they took him to meet somebody that he calls in his diary the Master. Pretty interesting story. And
Wait, is the Master the Dweller?
according to this account, the Nazis had gotten help to create these craft called the Hanabu. They had 4 versions of this craft, these circular disc craft, from these people down there. The guy, this Master, told him that they were wary of the nuclear bombs that had just been utilized, dropped the nuke on Japan and so forth, and they were wary of our experimentation with nuclear devices and wars because they're sharing this planet as well. Pretty interesting story. And so, all of a sudden, Admiral Byrd's going down there with a fleet, not just a small fleet. He took over 3,000 people with him. This was a huge expedition.
Damn.
It was a military expedition. When he got down there, they had a situation where some of these flying objects were attacking some of their ships and actually destroyed some of them. Sent him back home packing with his tail between his legs. This is one of the top admirals, literally the top admiral in the world at the time for the United States military. He said that we have a new enemy that can fly from pole to pole with extreme speed. Why would he make a statement like that? And then all of a sudden, these Nazi, they are rumored to have these craft, which some of the designs have been found, called Hanabu. And these Hanabu craft had the capability of utilizing a couple different forms of propulsion. One was jets, so they could take off vertically. They had little jets that would thrust and take off vertically, but then from there they can shoot off horizontally. Well, they were using a device that was spinning in the center of the craft. And what it appears to be is they began to copy technology from the ancient Indian Vedas, because Hitler was sending his people all around the world to get knowledge on ancient technology. That's how they found these people in Antarctica. He even sent people to Tibet, Nazis to Tibet, to talk to the people in Tibet to find out about this ancient technology. He found out about Vimanas, and these people supposedly in Antarctica helped him develop a couple of them, where they use a ferrofluid vortex engine. A ferrofluid is a liquid metal like mercury. And in the ancient Indian Vedas, if you take mercury and rotate it at a high rotation, a high RPM, and electrify it, you get something called anti-gravity. So he was utilizing something that had rotating discs underneath these round craft, according to eyewitness counts, and also the schematics that were discovered during the collapse of Nazi Germany. And it's pretty interesting that I think besides the uranium that's down there in Antarctica, which obviously you know what uranium's used for, right? Nuclear power plants and also nuclear weapons, there's mountains. Admiral Byrd said there were mountains of coal with no ice caps. No ice caps, his exact words, and I can give you a copy to this video. His own mouth is saying, no ice. Mountains of coal that can satisfy the world's need for coal for a very, very, very long time. Also, there's plutonium down there. Again, so uranium and plutonium, we know that if you have a high level of plutonium and uranium, it's one of the easier elements that you can separate the atoms. You can split atoms very easily, which makes it high use for weaponry and also power plants. So that's why the government wanted access.
Dude, can we please ever use anything for not weapons? Please. I'm begging you.
Access down there. That's why the Germans wanted access down there. And that's why after Germany fell, we had Project Paperclip, where we took all the scientists from Germany that had learned all this wisdom and knowledge, and we brought them to America.
It wasn't just the scientists, it was everyone.
People think Project Paperclip was just a small number of Nazis. We took over 2,000 Nazis with us and brought them to America.
Bro, and that's how many they'll admit to.
And put them in positions of power over technology companies, the CIA, the space program at NASA, and so forth and so on. And we began to develop these technologies. So in a weird kind of way, America became the Fourth Reich, to be honest with you. And I know that they were developing at the time Hanabu number 4, which supposedly Hitler never got killed. He escaped in Hanabu number 4 to Argentina, which is very, very close to where? Antarctica. If you look at Google Sky right now on the computer and look down on Antarctica, you'll find bases from, research bases from every major country in the world there. And you'll also find the Rockefeller Foundation base as well. So Admiral Byrd was right. All the technology and research is the #1 place in the world for technology research is right down there in Antarctica. I believe that as the ice is melting, they're finding.
Of course it is. That's why we don't know anything about it. It's because they're all a bunch of freaking liars.
Remnants of an ancient civilization. We know that Antarctica was not a frozen tundra. for 12 million years, like mainstream scientists want you to. Mainstream science says 12 million years to build up all this ice. No, that's not accurate. We know this because of the Perry-Reese map. The Perry-Reese map shows Antarctica what it looked like without ice on it, and that's not even that old. So we know that Antarctica shifted into that spot. How? Because we know that Antarctica is surrounded by tectonic plates. And so that landmass was on a plate that slipped and there was something called a pole shift of the crust of the Earth, which shifted.
No, I don't want this. No, I'm not okay with a pole shift. I don't want this. I'm not okay with this. This is scary. This is the only thing I'm scared of. We can't do this, okay?
Shifted it from a more habitable climate into the position it is now, and that's why the animals that are being uncovered from the ice were flash frozen with undigested food in their stomachs. And there's an entire advanced civilization there, including some of the largest pyramids on Earth, right in Antarctica. Like they make the one at Giza, the Great Pyramid, look like, a buggy, a dune buggy. I mean, these things are super massive. There's only a couple things we know, like one of the pyramids is 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers at the base. Wow. The height is just, it's massive. It's way up there. Like, it's in the thousands of feet. But also, one former military person that was a source for Linda Moulton Howe, this was on a documentary she was in. She said that source told her, after going down there for research, I guess in private security, that it was still emitting some type of exotic energy, which is pretty interesting because that was the second time I heard a statement like that. The first time was on a documentary that came on Discovery Channel about the Bermuda Triangle when they found those pyramids off the coast of Cuba down there, right? Which is clearly scanned. Everybody knows that they exist. But this guy was taking he would get off the boat and take like a dinghy out to float to the center area. And he said the same thing. Some type of exotic energy was draining his batteries on his cameras. He had to try 3 times to get this thing recorded properly. He said exotic energy. And what's interesting is if you take a perfect line and draw it from the tip of the Bermuda Triangle, the center of the Bermuda Triangle, straight through the Earth.
Why is there coal down there? What are you talking about? Why? Who put it there? Us?
You come out at the Yonaguni Pyramid at the Dragon's Triangle in Japan, which is also rumored to have disappearances and exotic energy and all this other crazy stuff. So in some way, these pyramid structures around the world are all linked with potentially portals of some type or energetic portals.
The Antarctica Treaty. Do you know about this?
Yeah, that treaty was to allow peaceful collaboration of research and science down there, no war zone. You can actually go down there. There's a guy who's got a new show on my TV network his name is Brad Olson. It's called The Secrets of Antarctica. He went down there, and so we're documenting the whole thing. He went down there, he pulled up on the research facilities. He had to get approval to come on land. They wouldn't let him inside of the facilities, but he did get a chance to go down there. So people who say it's impenetrable and no human being no civilian can get there, that's actually not true. You actually can. It's very expensive and it's very taxing on the body, but you can get down there. And so it's pretty interesting. So that'll be coming out soon. But there's an opening next to these research facilities. And this is why I believe they made this treaty, this sharing of information treaty or whatever. There's a 30-meter wide opening there. You can see it on the Google Sky thing. And what's interesting, on Google Earth, I'm sorry. And when you look at it, like what's in there? Now, why are they over here? And why are they so close to this gigantic opening? What's in there? I think the answer is whatever Admiral Byrd came across, or whatever they're coming across, I think it's linked. I think there's a remnant of an ancient civilization in there that possibly is still there, and they're in communication with them, in my opinion. Another thing that backs this up, I took a remote viewing course with Major Ed Dames, Project Stargate, former CIA, United States. And his project was for remote viewing. So I took a course with him several years. He was my actual teacher, my direct teacher. It wasn't like I was...
Dude, I gotta start trying to frickin' remote view.
Under some other people that worked with him. No, he was my direct teacher. There's pictures of me with this man. And he told me that there's beings that have easy and free access to come and go as they please from Antarctica at one of these classes. Class was over.
Dude, in the space hole, right? In the freaking, in the Earth butthole. Dude, there's a Stargate there. He just said that they can come and go as they please through Antarctica. Atlantis, star hole, confirmed. Antarctica is Atlantis? Is that what we're saying?
It was like a 10-hour class. We were just sitting around talking, having a casual conversation. He told me a few other things, but that was one of the things that kind of stood out. And he says they come and go as they please because nobody can stop them.
Are you familiar with the bell?
The Nazi bell, the Die Glock?
Yes.
Yeah. The Die Glock is an amazing device that was being developed by the Nazis during World War II. This Die Glock, again, technology that they learned about through an advanced civilization that they were in communication with through the Thule Society. This Thule, Thule, Thule Society, they were using psychics to channel information from an advanced alien race. And they were taking this knowledge and then turning it into actual real workable technology. And so they had this thing in Germany called the henge, where they had these gigantic stone pillars in the shape of a henge, and they had the die Glock in the middle. It looked like an acorn, a UFO type, but an acorn-shaped UFO. And it had these multi-counterclockwise spinning pieces on it that was spinning all different ways. The ultimate purpose of it seems to have been some type of time travel. And this thing at one point, based on eyewitness accounts, it's turned on and activated, and it disappeared from the henge. It was seen like, I forget how many decades later. I think it crashed somewhere in Virginia or something, according to these accounts. I got to look that up to make sure I'm not making a mistake there. But it reappeared later, and it crashed somewhere, I believe, in the Americas. And this thing was the same exact shape and description as the Die Glock. And what was it for? I believe that they were trying to tap into time travel so that they can go back in time and change the past so they can have a Nazi-dominant future. You see, they wanted to alter realities.
Bro, it feels like they fucking did it and they won and we're living in it. Like, what the fuck? It really does. It truly feels like that. Like Billy Carson just said it, dude. That's exactly what we're living in. Oh my god. Yeah, the Die Glock. Fuck, bro. Bro, you can't look around and be like, yeah, no, we don't live in Hitler's Fourth Reich. Like, everyone is a Zionist. Yeah, Nazi-dominant future.
The only problem with going back in time they didn't take into consideration is that if you go back in time, you can't alter the future reality that you existed in on the same timeline. Because when you go back in time, you shift into a different alternate timeline altogether, allowing you to go back in time in the first place and see even yourself. So it's like the grandfather paradox, right? If you go back in time and kill your grandfather, how in the world were you born to go back in time and kill your grandfather? Well, the answer is you shift into an alternate timeline.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Into the future, you stay on the same timeline. We know this because time travel into the future happens every day. Even when you get on an airplane, you travel into the future based on relativity. The person standing still on the ground and you moving across the sky in a plane, we know that you're moving forward in time by microns of tenths of a second, but you're moving in time. Same thing with astronauts when they travel into space. We know for a fact that because they're traveling at high speeds, they come back, microns of a second younger than us. So traveling into the future, you can stay on the same timeline, but going into the past, you can't. So that whole thing would have failed anyway.
Please engage with this video by liking, commenting, and sharing. Subscribe to stay.
Oh my god. Well, I guess we're in a Nazi-dominant future. I don't like that. Oh yeah, we're gonna start fast, baby. Hey, look. I was building on our Miro board more. Nazi-dominant future. I don't like these freaking cousins or brothers or sisters or whatevers. I don't know. They owned a freaking concentration camp. Why do they get to own a concentration camp and then go be defense contractors? It feels really weird. Yeah, it feels really weird. We don't fuck with you, goodbye Nancies. We do not fuck with you, Nancies. We don't fuck with you, goodbye Nancies. And we don't fuck with Nancies ever. We don't like to fuck with this Werner Von Braun or any of these little Nazis right here. I'm pretty sure one of these dudes is Harvey Weinstein. No, I'm just kidding about that. I see eyes. Dude, look at Werner Thiel right here, boys. I wish you'd get a little hug. Werner, I love you. It's okay to cry in I said, oh no, sir, I'ma say it wrong. You can make a philosopher's stone. You just need a lot of piss. Oh, won't you listen to me? He told me I've seen it all before. Who is this man? I've seen my first and dreams are lying on the ground. We gotta find all of these freaking Nazis, baby. Nancies forever in my brain, cause they're everywhere. A Nazi dominant future. D-Glock, it actually worked, and we are in the bad timeline. But won't you listen to me? Collect your piss and boil it all day and night, baby. It's okay. It's okay that it smells real weird, baby. At the end, you're gonna have a freaking philosopher's stone, and we're gonna have some gold. Don't use it for bad, though. We're gonna use it for good. We don't fuck with Nancies. Goodbye, Nancies. I love the KnitWitches. The philosopher's stone is real. You can make it at home. Philosopher's stone's real. You just gotta boil tons and tons of piss. The age of secrets is over. I'm writing this book in common English, baby. We won't fuck with you. Goodbye, Peters. We're coming to Antarctica. Come here, Peters. Come here to my street, I will gladly take that precious little head of yours. Hey Roger, hey Austin, we're coming for you little ugly babies. Antarctica, Antarctica, look at me, I'm gonna snug ya, I'm gonna give you a kiss. And I'll give you a kiss. I'm gonna give both of you guys freaking kisses. Peter, chill the fuck out, man. Austin, please chill too, bro. We can all hang out after you're in prison. You're going to prison. We're gonna take that black cube from you. You're going to prison. You're going to prison. Hell yeah, bitch. You ugly. Oh shit, there was an ad break there? That sucks. Oh man, and I screwed it all up. Well. I'm sorry, guys. Well, that sucks. They took the end of the song from us. Let's do it again. Peter, chill out. Austin, you gotta smell bad. I bet both of these dudes smell weird. You know they do. You know they do. Look at Peter. Look at those cold dead eyes. This is witch, bitch. Oh man, I screwed it up again. Dude, these guys are such goobers. Look at them. Dorks. Alright, dudes. Oh my god, the emotes are insane. They're so cool. Is the tinfoil hat still isn't here yet, right? Okay, hopefully for tomorrow. Oh my god, look at this. This is so fun. Dude, this rules. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna mess it up every time with that loop. Alright, dudes. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Good night, Peter. I love you, Peter. Austin. You're both beautiful in your own ways. It's okay. Just because your dad didn't love you doesn't mean you have to destroy the earth. Let's all just chill, okay? Alright, good night, Petey. Good night, Austie. Good night, Peter's dad. Bro, yes. Frick yes. Okay. Ta-ta.